Welcome to the Special Magistrate hearing 6. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand. To speak the truth at today's you have a seat and please silence all devices.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 60. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, 2610 Southwest 26th Street, owner Green Arbor Management Corp. 26 comply. $3 per 500.
Name for the record, please. The owner. Thank you.
Presenting case address as behalf of Officer 620 Special Magistrate 192.Q.3 and Code Section 40.20 and Code Section 305B. On the city from through today for it is in notice of hearing was put.
We took care of most of the things that for 15 years. We've been trying to get a permit. We've got 9 more comments. Just asking for 9 done. We have a contractor permit.
All right, I'm going to accept the recommendation of the parties. I'm going to suspend the 11th. Do you want an order to reappear?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 22. Inspector, case number CE260. Case Dorado Drywall and Stucco LLC, posted at property 715, Howard 728.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Zach Darmanian Harris.
Elijah Johnson, Code Compliance Officer, case 80207 6th Street, 2826. Rubbish, and owner's soil, 8 window as to allow access at this vacant property. 27 there's a legal land for AC-MUW zone property. There is a shipping container and stored on the property. 9-280C, the exterior is stained and dirty with peeling paint. It needs to be and or painted. 80H1, the wooden gate and ice property is in disrepair and is broken, leaning over from its property's proper stance. Also, the iron fence is rusted and needs painting. For violations for 15 days, the city is required to put a fine for violation thereafter.
Yes, sir.
So, just a little history. This building was purchased in April for a full renovation of the interior. The hopes is to turn this into our new office building. Just since the initial, I address each point individually.
Well, are you contesting each violation? Asking to tell
me submitted currently for the building, so I guess I'd like to contest that one.
Contest it in what way? So are they in disrepair?
They are in disrepair, but we
Okay. So what's
I guess I would look 180 days.
Are you not contesting that it's there?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
I guess
no, that's all right. Testing.
I guess we're just looking for, restuccoing and painting. Like I said, we have a permit. I guess relates to the. We don't. That more functional, but at the same time, is complete.
Special Magistrate, what is the timeline for your construction project?
We have an approved permit was submitted in April, so as long
35.
Status.
Share that immediately. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I'm going to find that the days for 1812A or a fine of $100 a day for the given 92 days. Here to tell us.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 41. Case number 080195. Case 7 Northeast 5th Street. Owner 1017 Northeast 5th Street. This case was first heard 11/6/25. 24 suspensions noted on the agenda. 3 sections complied at $100 and $400 accrued. $600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Morning, sir. State your
Chris DeMarco.
Are you the owner?
The City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. There are no fines accruing. Position of fines.
$1,000, or is it? $600. So we're talking 10.
Should be 9,700.
The compliance date for 9/6. Seven, eight.
Sorry.
What
I asked.
just pose the fine. Thank you. So. The people in the back.
Our next case, page. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2664511 Arizona Avenue, owner 414, 42426, 42926, and at $100, and the city is requesting the.
Good morning, my Mr. I think we're here. We're actually received this information. Unfortunately, in July, it was sent to an address that he no longer. That did not receive any hit on the door. Not saying that it wasn't, but from the time that tenant left in December, want to start, and then again in anything on the door. However, sent everything. They did new address. He moved from his address, and
okay, but
it was
here's the
sent.
thing.
Ronald Montoya Hassan. Meant to let your neighbor represent you. He's speaking on your behalf.
Yes.
It's long over, so. You're in compliance, so you can do that. But I don't feel appropriate that I would address the fines at this level for this amount. I think that's probably.
Help you in the back directly.
Okay.
Kendrick, case number CE 25080552, case address 6151 Northwest 31st, 72126, posted at.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. This is Kendra from the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 80552, 31st Way. 2018. That is is creating a public nuisance or threaten or endanger the public health, affect and impair the economy welfare of. There are boxes and other items that cannot be identified that are being stored under the front porch of this property. There are also items being stored at the rear and exposed to outside elements. Violation 18-11A. The pool at this on a regular basis is in a condition where it may become a breeding ground. Violation 18-12A. There is overgrown trash and debris on the property, including the back of the property. -2. It was in disrepair and is not being maintained. 305B has been withdrawn. Violation 9-306. The exterior building structural parts, including the fascia and the surface, are in disrepair. There is area of the exterior wall. Violation 8B. Drawing in other elements which is not permanent on the roof. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/7/2026, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 18-1 or a daily for violation 18-11, 10 days or a daily fine of 10 days for violation 18-12A or a daily fine of $100 per day. 60 violation 9H or a daily fine of 45 days for violation or a daily fine of $100 per day. That violation 18-11A does have a permit on file, building permit RDEM.
I'm sorry, which violation is that?
18-11A. There is a pool permit that's issued right now. However, it's not complete. So the city is asking for the pool to be cleaned with a commercial grade. The permit comes into complete.
Yes.
That he does not understand the violation statement, if I may read it. So I am the property owner. I want to make clear I'm not refusing to comply. I've been actively working substantial progress. I'm asking for additional time to complete the work that's already underway and scheduled. The additional conditions. When this case began, the backyard and the pool area were admittedly I accept responsibility for that. Since then, I have removed the stagnant water, vegetation, mud, debris, cleaned up the backyard. The condition that generated the pool complaint has substantially changed and never will at this time due to the demolition. I obtained a pool through limited. This work must be done manually and is taking time, but it's progressing. I've also secured a contractor for the. I have an invoice dated in February. Contract about 2 weeks. The damaged screen was removed because a screen over wall that first must be repaired. Informed on August 7th. I had not understood that to be one of the conditions previously that it be given specific requirements and a reasonable opportunity to correct it. There was a similar misunderstanding regarding the use of the word shed. When I received the violation, I understood it to refer to the narrow vertical shed seen in your picture and the corner of the back porch. and organized.
Janet, can you take a step? I mean, just hold it just for a second. I need to check something, okay? I'll be with you in just a second.
Okay.
I'm going to do this. As you know, I'm a hearing officer in the city in which you work, so I think it's going to put me in a conflict to try to decide the case. The city is going to hire another hearing officer soon. I think I'm going to continue the case to be heard by that hearing officer. Okay? I think I have a conflict to hear it. If I try to, just a minute, if I hear your case here and then you present a case to me somewhere else, I mean, I'm stuck. I'm adjudicating a case that you have. So I think I have a clear conflict. I don't think that's the way to deal with it. I think the way to deal with it is to have another hearing officer come in, which will be appointed soon, I think. Yeah. So you want to continue these cases to...
Special Magistrate, we can give her, we can continue for 63 days. By that time, I think we'll have the hearing officer secured.
I'm not going to hear the case.
No.
Continue it for 63
Yeah,
days.
and that time we'll have the other hearing officer secured.
Okay, 63, continue it to October 13th. Okay.
October 13th?
Yes.
Okay, I do have a question, because
Special Magistrate, the code officer can speak to her in the back, just to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, I just...
it's not a question for the code officer, it's a question for the Special Magistrate. It's the clarity in the communication that has been a big problem.
The Special
all along.
Magistrate, that doesn't fall under his purview.
I just recused myself from the case, so I'll let you talk to staff.
You can speak to the supervisors over there on that
And you can raise these issues if you wish in October when the other hearing officer hears it, okay?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
If you want to talk, you can talk to staff in the back
Yes,
about it.
I'd like to speak to the supervisor,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Our next case, page 52. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25100253, case address 1078 Wyoming Avenue, owner Fatou Dalian. This case was first heard 3/26/26 to comply by 6/25/26. One section not complied at $50 per day, $2,350 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, folks. Can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Fidesky Dillian, and this is Fatou Dalian, the owner.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm Fidesky Dillian, and then this is Fatou Dalian, the owner.
Are you speaking in his behalf?
Yes.
Sir, can you
go to the microphone
and state your name, please?
Yeah, this is
52.
This is my name, Fatou Dalian.
You want to state your name for the record, please? Just your name.
Fatou Dalian.
Are you going to let this man speak for you?
Yeah, this is my son.
Okay.
Oh, it's your son.
All right.
Thank you.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This case was first presented before the Special Magistrate on 3/26/26, and at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter. As the pre-hearing inspection dated 8/6/26, the property does remain out of compliance in regards to exterior maintenance. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I don't really get the maintain the property and stuff. They told me. I believe they told him, like.
Here's what's outstanding.
Just
there's one violation outstanding. That's the exterior walls. How much time does he need to get that fixed?
Exactly. I believe the person that's in the process was in the hospital. The person that was in the process making sure the property is okay. The person in the hospital. That's why he told me.
But I'm asking. There's everything's been complied except for one violation. And I'm asking him how he's going to get that. How much time does he need to comply that? It's the exterior wall violation.
It could be, let's say, give us like,
Does he have a plan to fix it?
yes.
Okay, give you what? How much time?
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
63 days, I think, would probably be
Okay.
sufficient.
All right, I'm going to extend the time. I'm going to suspend the fine during that period of time. I'll extend the time for compliance to 63 days, which would be October 13th. You want an order to reappear?
No,
Okay. All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26030050, case address 1870 Northwest 24th Terrace, owner Lux Stones LLC. This case was first heard 5/12/26 to comply by 5/22/26 and 6/9/26. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $3,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Carice Johnson.
Are you the owner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on May 12th, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by May 22nd and June 9th. The violations at this property were brought into compliance on June 22nd. The case was non-compliant for 13 days and 18 days with a fee of $100 per violation per day, for a total of $3,100 currently due, and the city is requesting the administrative costs in the amount of $534.
Yes, ma'am.
So the truck and trailer, as you see there, I actually bought the property in May. I was unaware of the squatter that was there, so that is the squatter's truck and trailer, and he was there. We tried to get him off for a while, called the police, multiple things, but he just wouldn't leave, so he finally left, and everything was complied. So, yeah, we're asking just to pay the administrative fees.
I'm going to reduce it to administrative costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25070892, case address 3870 Southwest 11th Street, owner Kimberly J. Dinkins. This case was first heard 12/11/25 to comply by 1/29/26 and 3/26/26. There is one suspension from 4/14/26 to 8/11/26. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Name's Christopher Lynn.
Inspector Moore.
I'm sorry. What's your relationship to the owner?
It's my ex-wife.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This case was first presented before the Special Magistrate on 12/11/25, and at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 49 days to comply with the violation of 18-1, and for the remaining violations, 105 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter. And at the Special Magistrate hearing dated 4/14/26, Special Magistrate Flynn granted an additional 119-day extension and an order to reappear. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 8/7/26, the violation of 9-304(b) driveway maintenance remains out of compliance. Due to a hardship beyond the property owner's control, the city is not opposed to granting an additional 63-day extension.
Is that for all of them?
No, the only thing remaining is driveway
Okay.
maintenance. All others are closed.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just want to know about the fines. Is there any way to get those reduced
Well,
now?
at this point, no. You've got to bring the property into compliance. But once you do that, you can apply for amnesty.
So what's the process for that?
Well, I'll let you talk to staff about that.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is extend the time for compliance in the case 63 days, which would be October 13th. I'll suspend the fine during that period of time so it doesn't continue to accrue.
That's great.
But when you take care of it, you either come back here, I guess, or do the administrative process.
How do we come back here, though? That's what I'm asking. How does that work?
They'll receive a notice in the mail.
Okay.
You'll receive a notice.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector John Claude Noel, Case number CE 26010589, case address 901 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 901 East Sunrise LLC. This case was first heard 3/26/26 to comply by 5/25/26. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,400 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. 42.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Joshua Side.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. All the violations are complied. Right now, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
The property is compliant, and as a corporation, it takes a while to get proper vendors, and there was a lot of stuff we had to fix. So it did take some time, and the parking lot took the longest, which we had to get multiple quotes. So the property is compliant, so we're just asking for a reduction.
What are the administrative costs in this?
$774, sir.
I'm sorry, how much?
$774,
All right,
sir.
I'll reduce it to administrative costs. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Our next case, page 48, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick. Is he here?
48.
Okay. We'll move on to the next case. He's still downstairs.
Okay.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel. Case number CE 26040927, case address 700 Northeast 20th Avenue, owner William Beamer, posted at property 72226, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Good morning, folks. Can I get your names, please?
I'm Zachary Finn on behalf of William Beamer, the owner.
Okay.
Also, Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 4/30/2026 for the following violations. Violation 18-12, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a reoccurring violation per case number CE 2505047. Violation 18-12-4 is complied. Violation 4722.9 is complied. Violation 4734.1.A.1 is complied. Violation 47-34.8.1. There is a commercial vehicle barge docked on this RN15 residential multifamily low-rise medium-density home. Violation 9-280B complied. Violation 9-313A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 10, 2026 at this property, and the city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 4734.4.A1 and or a fine of $100 per day per violation. And, Your Honor, we're looking for a finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
Yes, folks.
Yes.
Good.
The only thing left is the barge.
Well, hold on. Before that, Mr. Beamer, you consent to this gentleman speaking on your behalf?
Yes, I certainly do.
Okay.
He's been most helpful to me, and I also want to commend Mr. Noel for doing a very diligent job, but with consideration for the homeowner and particularly the health problems that I've had. He's been exemplary.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, so everything has been taken care of except for the barge, which is still there. If you give us 35 days to have it removed.
Can I see a picture of the barge? Do you have a picture of it?
And, Your Honor, just to let you know, there is a building permit right now for that barge that just recently plans been submitted for it.
Yeah, the permit was just issued. They brought the barge over prematurely, and before the permit was issued, it's there for some repairs, and the repairs should be done and complete, and it should be out of there. If you can give us the 35 days, we can have everything.
I'll certainly give you the 35 days. What would the permit be? What do you need a permit for the barge?
It's for the seawall. Apparently, they have some work they're going to do at the seawall.
So the barge
That's
is
what the
for
barge.
the construction on the seawall?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
All right, so I'm a little confused. If the seawall hasn't yet been repaired, hasn't been repaired?
No.
Don't you need the barge to do the seawall construction or not?
That's why it's there.
I know, but I guess in 35 days you won't need it anymore?
Well, we're hoping that the repairs are able to be done within the 35 days. If you could just
Yeah, why
get
don't we
rid of that violation
we'll do
until that permit's
63
closed
days.
out, that would be ideal.
We don't oppose. 63 days is fine.
63 days.
Thank you.
Do you want an order to reappear or not? No.
That house is probably going to be sold, and it'll be a new owner, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. All right, I'll find that the violation does exist. The respondent will be given 63 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And by the way, I'll make a finding of fact for violation 1812A. It's in compliance. There'll be no fine, but I'm making a finding of fact that it did exist. All right, thank you, folks. Thank you.
Our next case, page 48, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25020542, case address 3361 Northwest 64th Street, owner Amanada Miller, Infinite Gratitude Happiness Trust. This case was first heard 11/19/26 to comply by 1/29/26. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This
Marty.
is in order to reappear.
Good morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Aminata Miller.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Kendrick from the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case was last heard at Special Magistrate on 5/12/2026. Special Magistrate granted a 91-day extension in order to reappear for the following violations. Violation 18-1 has complied. Violation 9-280C has complied. Violation 9-304B is not complied. The driveway at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The driveway is discolored. Violation 9-305B is not in compliance. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306 has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/5/2026, and the property remains in violation. At this time, the city is going to request a retroactive extension from 4/10/2026 until today, and an additional 155 days extension for all violations with the order to reappear.
When's that date? That prior retro date? April some date?
Yes, it's going to be April 10th.
And then you're looking for an extension of how many days?
That extension going to go until today, and with the additional extension, we're going to give 155 days for all violation.
Just so I understand, there would still be fine amounts from the period of January 29th to April, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I received a grant from the city, so I'll be working with them to get everything fixed.
All right, so basically what they're asking me to do is to retroactively extend the time from April 10th. Do you want that 155 days from April 10th or from today?
From today.
All right, I'll extend the time for compliance from April 10th till today, and I'll extend it an additional 155 days. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Do you want an order to reappear?
Yes, we could do an order to reappear to make sure the property come into compliance so she don't receive no more fine.
Okay.
Well, Special Magistrate,
You don't need the order.
manager say we don't need an order to reappear. We should be good with that time.
You good? Yeah. Okay. Do you understand what happened?
Yes,
Okay.
I got it.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26030597, case address 216 Southwest 16th Court, owner AM Property Enterprises LLC, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at Winnie's Broward 7/28/26.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
State your name for the record, please.
Certainly, Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 26030597. The address is 216 Southwest 16th Court. Inspector Dam inspected this property on March 14th, 2026, and cited for the following violation. 15-28, the business Marine Waste Management at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 47-20.13.b, the parking outdoor storage area on this B3 zone. Property is not surfaced with the materials approved for this use. 47-24.1.b, a shed and multiple canopies have been erected on this B3 zone property without first obtaining the required permits. This is a violation of the ULDR 47-24.1 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations. 9-304B, the asphalt of the driveway approach, the apron, is in disrepair. The asphalt is worn out with potholes. Inspection report was posted on the property March 14, 2026. A copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. I re-inspected this property April 15, 2026. I posted for this hearing July 20th, 26. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 5th, 2020. 92 days to comply or a fine of $100. Yes, sir, for each violation and compliance.
For is a industrial heavy business property that existed with gravel. It has neighboring warehouses. The property owner purchased it, removed I think it was actually a house on the property, and leased it to a marine company. That company has now applied for a business tax, and that is in for zoning review. In April, the contractor submitted a permit for the shed that is referenced. With respect to the gravel, while the outdoor parking and storage of cars is permitted in the zoning district, the city code requires all, except churches, parking lots to be paved. That's onerous on this small of a lot when you go through Broward County review for environmental, et cetera. There is a city process to get a temporary non-conforming use seeking a variance, and this gives us the opportunity to submit to the Board of Adjustment for that, have it processed.
Would you be looking to the Board of Adjustment to grant variance for the gravel?
To either grant a temporary non-conforming use, which the code a year only,
A year? Okay.
which would and or a variance. I'm actually meeting with the city's zoning administrators tomorrow at 10 to see what they think the appetite of the city is.
Okay. All right. I'm going to find that the violations exist, each of them. I'm going to give 92 days to come into compliance, which would be November 11th. I would assume you'd probably want an order to reappear so that you could come back and see where we're at.
Certainly. In the event we get deferred from the Board of Adjustment due to a lack of a quorum, or they say no and we have to, yes.
Right. All right. So 92 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 a day in order to reappear.
Our next case, page 34, 2508, case address 700 National Realty. This case 26 to comply by 128.26. $28,000.
Extension. B. Please. Days. Property was posted on 7/21. Or now compliant. have some photos of the gravel property and also
full compliance deadline. I mean, during that same period, we encountered so we were permit 2 evictions ongoing. So new and financial constraint. It was never, or you know, was such a so we asked that the magistrate
Properties current at this level, I tend to go with the. If you're trying to tell me some of this has been beyond their control, say. So find them out, but
$1,160.
yeah.
much.
This case was first.
This case was first heard on April 30th, 2026 for the following violations. 9-304 parentheses B, the driveway is in disrepair with cracks and discolored asphalt. As a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 5th, 2026, a violation remains as depicted in the photos. At this present time, there's a property owner requesting an extension.
In March and April, I was in the process of finding a contractor to resolve it. I'm looking to just of it on the whole driveway. I have hired a contractor. Have spoken with him in regard to complete it, and I have the temporary structure, the permit, and the affidavit.
How much time do you think you need?
It really depends on when he's got my job lined up. I'm guessing I would need.
Close?
3 days? So
63.
Okay.
Our next, Pat Gavin.
Just for the record, I'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Page 34, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25100607, case address 1851 Northwest 28th Avenue, owner FKH SFR Prop. Occurred 2/10/26 to comply by 4/14/26. There's one suspension from 6/20 7/23/26, $30 per day. Accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on February 10th. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations by April 14th. At the special magistrate hearing of June 26th, the magistrate granted an. The violations at this property have still been non-compliant for $80 per violation per day, for a total of $9,100. Requesting the full with fines continuing to accrue.
Yes.
No time is necessary to complete the required work.
As well.
But they're actively working.
Wow.
Yes, that too.
Get it done.
There's no. Thank you, sir.
Page 36.
I thought we were.
Okay, I got it. Owner FKHS 26.
As read and give violations. Denying that parts, including the 5 days for violation 9-3.
Requesting a.
What type of reward that needs to be if they require a permit. in part
You
fixed.
oppose the 16th to come into compliance or face a fine of how much?
Page 30, number C, one, Nina, six, and to reimpose.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, if we knew the
City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. This case was first the magistrate ruled in favor of the city in the February. The violations at this point within the allowed time, which is brought into compliance on February 305B, which is brought into compliance on June 5th. Each had a fine of $100 per day and were out of 12 days respectively, for a total of $12,600 currently due. The city is requesting to vacate the previous order and reimpose fines in the amount of the administrative costs of $451.
Yes, ma'am.
everything was, done, the driveway, the noise.
Well, what they're asking me to do is to waive the fine amount and impose the administrative costs, which is what I'm going to do. I'll vacate the prior order. I'll reimpose the administrative cost of $451.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Good luck
thank
to
you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector Elijah CE 260308, address 1208 Northwest 3rd Street, Corp, posted at property 72726, posted at 1 East Broward 72820.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Guillermo.
Are you the owner?
Yeah.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 260-308-66 for property located at 1208 Northwest 3rd Street. This property was first inspected on March 19, 26, and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A and debris on this property on the east side near the derelict vehicle. This is a reoccurring violation referred to case CE 230-60815. This case will proceed to special magistrate for a finding of fact. Rather, the violation complies prior to the hearing date.
I'm sorry. Is it complied, or is it, I know you're looking for a finding of fact, but is it complied or is it still existing?
It's still existing.
Okay.
7-20, 20H, 47-34, 1A1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RMM 25 zone property. There is a outdoor storage on the east rear side of the building, including a pot, a propane canister. There's an office chair and miscellaneous items on the front side of the building. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas to cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have, there are areas of the exterior walls and fascia is stained and dirty. This is a reoccurring violation. CE 230-60815 will proceed to special magistrate for finding of fact. Rather, the violation complies prior to the hearing date. For violation 1812A and violation 47-341A1, the city's requesting a compliance within 15 days, and for all the remaining violations, the city is requesting 35 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Well, we got the note, I believe it's the same note, and we comply with almost everything. There was a tenant on the last unit that actually they left. They got a lot of stuff. And then there will also have a car that was removed. So, I mean, I'm willing to help. If you tell me what else do I need to do, I will do it right away. Because when I'm concerned, everything they request me, I complain. And I call the officer after that to stop by and check. But I still don't know if maybe they need me to do more things.
Well, they want you to take care of the exterior walls.
Yeah, they also request me to paint the doors, and I painted all of them.
Have they painted it?
I brought my guy and painted all the doors. Yeah, I can show you pictures.
The doors or the walls?
The doors and also parts of the fascia, which
But not. Have you been?
Yeah, the doors I painted. I repainted all of them. Yes, that was one of the things. The other thing was a car without license and.
No, then you have dead and missing grass. You need the landscaping taken care of too.
Landscaping also was taken care of because by then.
You got pictures? When were you out there?
I don't have picture, but I can.
Stop, just a minute.
Yeah.
When were you out there?
Yeah, I just went there a few days ago.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, sir.
No, the landscaping, I was trying to help the tenant who actually left, and they were doing the landscaping, but since they didn't do it, I hired a company. Probably because of the rain is high, but I can do it again.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to find that the violations exist.
The doors are being, I mean, you can stop by and tell me, whatever has to be done, I'll do it, I mean.
We just told you. He just read out.
I know.
So
Most of that, I believe I did it.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice for violation 1812A.
No problem.
1812A and 4734-1A1. I'll give it 15 days to come into compliance. For violation 305B and 306, 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day. You can talk. Yes, sir.
Is it possible for me to meet with the officer at the property and so he can tell me specifically what I have to do?
Sure.
And that might help me a lot?
Yeah, you'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 36. Inspector Bernstein Seinbert, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 2601-0034, case address 1119 West Las Olas Boulevard, owner 1119 West Las Olas LLC. This case was first heard 4/14/26, complied by 7/7/26. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Mark Cohen.
Are you the owner?
I am.
Okay.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on April 14th. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered to correct violations by July 7th. The violations of this property have still not been brought into compliance. This case has been non-compliant for 35 days with a fine of $100 per day for a total of $3,500 currently due. And the city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $3,500 with fines continuing to accrue.
Yes, sir.
How come they're not presenting pictures of my case here? So,
Just a minute. Let me, you have pictures of his case? I think he's asking to see.
I don't have them, no. Have they been?
Yeah, this is a Massey hearing. So
No, I understand, but
may I make a point to that?
Yeah, sure.
So this is the second time my case has been presented by Mr. Eason, who is an inspector, who did not show up to the first case. In that case, I don't believe you were the presiding person. You were not here that day. They presented a Google Maps picture that was more than 5 years old, and they presented a picture of a tree that borders my lot line with the neighbors that was obviously cut off. I explained how that was produced. I produced pictures, so on and so forth. That case was ruled merely because those plants were on my property. They never presented any proof I removed the trees. They never presented any proof I cut the trees.
Are the trees still there?
I presented proof to the contrary.
Are the trees still there?
So
just a minute. Are the trees?
I don't know. I've only owned the property for 2 years. The previous owner.
Well, wait, just a minute. Just
they
bear
were
with
never
me.
there.
Bear with me. Bear with me.
They were never there.
Okay, bear with me for a second.
Yes.
Are the trees still there?
No, because they were never there since I've been the owner. They presented a Google Maps photo that was more than 5 years old, which they admitted. There is no evidence in this case that I did anything to do with this. Now, let's get to the newest part. I did hire an arborist, so I agreed, okay, get an arborist letter and get the permits. Okay, I'll let it go away. I'll pay the fine, it'll go, okay? Unfortunately, arborist I hired, a little bit of an older gentleman. Lauderdale is not the easiest system to use. His wife got cancer, he's sick, back and forth, back and forth. I have plenty of emails between me and Mr. Eason talking back and forth about how to resolve this. I have an email from Mr. Eason saying that my arborist letter, which was part of the settlement, had been approved, and that was on July 1st.
So what are you looking to do?
Okay, so they're now, so on July 28th, I finally, on my 4th trip to the building department, this is owned in an LLC. The general rule of thumb with most people in the inspectors here is that, if you own an LLC, you have to hire someone to issue a permit, except for landscaping, which I did not find out until the 28th of July. We did my 4th trip there to try to work this out. On the 28th of July, after I submitted a permit on the spot with a very nice woman, Gabrielle, who really knew the system well and knew the rules, on that same day, my permit was issued for $1,685 and a whole slew of tree canopy plants that I'm now required to put in. Okay? First of all, that wasn't part of the settlement.
So what are you asking for?
What am I asking for? I'm
Yes.
asking for, I submitted my arborist letter. They're asking for me to plant a whole new canopy here. None of that was part of the settlement. None of that. By the way, my property is not new construction, it's gut rehab. I have 11 permits I've settled here. My site plan has been approved 4 different times by the same department. The last time it was approved, what's irony here is everybody here is getting fined for not having their driveway done. I was accused of blacktopping my driveway because I maintained it.
I don't want to hear about other
okay,
cases.
but that's where it came into play. In
just
that
stop
permit,
for
the
a
last
minute.
time the environmental people,
Stop
they told
for
me
a
to
minute.
remove trees because they were in the wrong place.
Can you stop for a minute? Okay. I got a case, it looks like he was cited for failure to get a tree removal for a tree that was removed. Just a minute.
Correct.
So when he goes in, he's got to mitigate now, and now he's got all these trees that he has to mitigate, right? So he can't come into compliance. You're giving him, he's basically got to bring this case into compliance, but to do that, he's got to not only get the permit, he's got to mitigate the trees that were there. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's part of the permit process.
Right.
But the permit right now, as of today,
I have it by hand right here if you'd like to see it.
Just a minute.
Huge.
Just a minute, please.
Okay.
I'm trying to hear from the city.
The status is still awaiting permit issuance.
So what are you looking for from me?
I'm looking for you to throw this whole thing. This is not even right. Nobody's here to defend their side. They use evidence of an old photo. Nobody has proved I've taken the trees out. Now they're telling me to spend $1,600 on a permit plus about $3,000 or $4,000 on plants for something that they can't even prove that I did just because I'm the owner of the property. I've owned it for 2 years. The other guy owned it since 1974.
All right, first of all, it doesn't matter who owned it, okay? Just stop for a second.
Okay.
Could I, Your Honor? Thank you. Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. So as Your Honor knows, this is a Massey hearing.
I know what it is. Here's the deal.
The case has already been heard.
I know that.
Findings
But
already been made.
the other thing is who's Mr. Easton? Is he the code inspector?
He was the code inspector in that area. He's in a different area now.
He's the one on my notice here.
Were you at the prior hearing?
Pardon?
Were you at the prior hearing?
I was at the first one.
Yes.
Did you?
But I submitted information. I have an email from him that says your arborist letter has been approved on July 1st.
We have a copy of the arborist letter.
And it says it was approved.
So the permit, and Your Honor also, as you know.
I do want to listen to you, but I think what I'm hearing is this: he decided, he came to the hearing, he lost.
Correct.
He didn't appeal it.
Correct.
I got that. Okay. What he didn't, and so what he thought he'd do is he would just go and basically resolve it. What he didn't understand is when he decided to go resolve it, it was going to open up the door of additional mitigation. So he's just stopped. So he's unhappy with the idea that what he thought would be simple to resolve has now turned into something difficult that is more difficult to resolve. But the problem is you made a decision early on not to contest it, at least not to appeal the decision. In part, I think, and I'm just, you can put, if you think I'm putting words into your mouth, then correct me, but I don't think you anticipated how difficult it would be to resolve the case. When you made the decision not to appeal, you thought it could be resolved relatively simply, and now it can't. So what you want me to do is go back and rehear the case, which I cannot do because you didn't make an appeal. I understand your frustration that it's more complicated than you may have anticipated, but what you're asking me to do, I don't have the legal authority. Once the case has been heard, it becomes final unless it's appealed, and that appeal has run. I can grant you additional time if you want to try to negotiate with the city. I'll be willing to do that, but I'm not going to go back and address the case.
In the original hearing, the Environmental Department expressly asked for...
I'm going to stop.
Listen,
I'm going to stop you again.
Can I please answer your question? Just give me one...
All right, go ahead.
To be intelligently answer your question.
Okay.
They expressly in the order did ask for an arborist letter. They did not ask for any plan related to anything regarding that, okay? It took me months to try to get a permit due to none of it my fault, and when I finally did, which was only on the 28th of July, and I've been working for months with emails to prove it, but so now it pops up on the 28th of July that is $1,600 plus a new canopy. Again, they didn't present anything to prove that I did anything. So just being the owner,
No.
that's just like...
You keep
really
asking that
not
they
right.
didn't prove anything. The case was heard. It was final. I'm not going back to reassess the case.
Shouldn't
It's
they
done.
express their need for a canopy when they express their need for an arborist letter? Shouldn't it be permits plus a plan? Shouldn't there have been some notice given to the owner what would be expected if that were what they really wanted?
Magistrate, on January 15th, Officer Eason issued an inspection report that had 2 violations on it. One violation was for the removal of 3 trees without a permit. One violation was for a slash pine tree that had a major branch removed. The arborist report
Was about the slash
is
pine?
the slash pine, not the 3 trees that removed,
Right, I got it.
which is what the violation is that we're here for.
I got it.
And that was taken care of. And I have the arborist
No,
letter.
that's what, no, the arborist report has nothing to do with the trees that
It
removed.
sounds to me like this. You came to a hearing, there was 3 trees that were removed, which I'm not going to get into the issue about, it's done. The arborist letter that they were looking for was to address the issue about the slash pine. Could the slash pine remain, or did it have to be mitigated as well? So the arborist letter didn't deal with the other 3 trees at all. What it dealt with was the slash pine alone. That was it. What was the conclusion, by the way, on the slash pine?
That they can save the slash pine.
The slash pine can stay.
Slash pine can stay,
So the
yes.
arborist letter, frankly, is irrelevant. What we're talking about right now is the 3 trees that you were found guilty of. You want me to go back and readdress it, and what I'm telling you is I don't have the legal authority to do that. You decided not to appeal, which is your choice. I know you came and contested it. I don't have the authority to go, stop. You want to speak, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. I cannot go back and readdress an order that's been already determined. The courts could have done that, and it hasn't been done. I can give you time. If you're looking for additional time to resolve this, I will give you what you need. But if you're looking for me to go back and find the final order to be in, I can't do that. So what do you want? How much time do you need?
Time and remove the fines. It's ridiculous. I mean, I'm one of the good guys. I have 11 permits on this job. This is from start to finish.
All right, let's
above
stop
board.
again. You're asking me to do
Just
something I can't.
do whatever you can to mitigate
What do you?
my
How
trouble.
much time do you need?
Give me 90 days.
All right, I'll give you 90 days. Extended time for compliance, 90 days, which would be November 11th.
And stay the fines during that time.
Stay the fines during that time.
And what?
Stay the fines during the time. The
Stay
fines
the
will
fine.
not run.
No fine.
No. Don't. The fines will not run during that period of time. You're going to have to deal with the existing fines when it's brought into compliance.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
What's next?
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, Case number CE 250309290, case address 6520 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner 6520 Powerline Warehouse LLC. This case was first heard 4/14/26 to comply by 4/24/26 and 6/9/26. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day, $29,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
David Reamer. I'm the, on behalf of the property owner, I'm the vice president of the parent company that owns this property.
Good morning, Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard at Special Magistrate on 4/14/2026. Special Magistrate ordered 10 days to comply for violation 18-12A, and the remaining violation 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter. Violation 18-12A is not in compliance. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property or swell area. Violation 47-19.4.C.2 has complied. Violation 47-20.20.H is not in compliance. I would like to state for the record that Mr. David did show me a photo of partial of the contract. The parking lot is being paved. However, there's remaining left, so it's still not in compliance. Violation 47-34.1.8.1 is not in compliance. There's illegal land use occurring at this commercial zone property. There's outdoor storage of items included but not limited to slabs of granite, corded, countertops, pallets, trash bags, broken towel, multiple towels in vinyl, black splashes, and towels which are visible from the street. Violation 9-305B has complied. Violation 9-306 is not in compliance. There's exterior parts of the wall that is not being maintained. There's areas of the exterior wall that has stained and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/6/2026, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed, and the vice president is here to speak.
Yes, sir.
So there are some things that are not in compliance, but we have been making an effort. As I've explained to the inspector, I have not been involved in the history of this, but my role as the business person here is to make sure things get done. I learned the other day that the paving had not been completed. I contacted the people in charge in our company. I was told that there was a delay in obtaining the permits, and once the permits had been obtained at the point that we spoke on Wednesday. So I exercised my authority to make sure it got done. And as I've shown pictures since he saw it on Thursday, we made the people work this weekend. The company, we paid $10,000. We made them work this weekend to get it done. Admittedly, there is an overlapping problem, which there are slabs that are located, big marble slabs, full-size marble slabs that are located on part of the property. We can't pave under there until the slabs are removed.
Are they stored there?
They were stored there by a tenant that we actually had to evict through the judicial process.
But they're not fixed in the ground or anything. They're stored.
They're just stored on there. The problem, though, is we evicted this tenant through a judicial process. We had to have the sheriff come out. There is another creditor that has a recorded UCC lien on these slabs, so it's not within our control to just remove them. And as far as moving them to another site, these are things that I'm sure you've seen them before. It takes a mobile crane to move each one of them, placed on a specialized truck, and move somewhere else. I can't just throw them away. So far, we've spent $92,000 just in removal of debris because they left tile, broken slabs. It cost us just $34,000 just in the dumpsters, because this stuff is so heavy. We're simply asking for another 45 days to come into compliance. The painting, for example, or the exterior walls, we paid a contractor $10,000. As the inspector knows, a great deal of this was done by the painting company. Unfortunately, they used paint colors that didn't match the existing yellow paint colors. Now I got to go back and you could see certain areas where we hired a contractor.
Here's the deal. I'm willing to give you 65 days.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Not to cut you off, but I understand where you're going.
Appreciate that.
Actually, 63 days.
Okay.
They have their dates here. So I'll extend the time for compliance 63 days, which would be October 13th. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2602045, case address 4 West Los Olas Boulevard, owner Elevate One River LLC. This case was first heard 6/25/26 to comply by 7/23/26. One section not complied at $500 per day, 9,000. Okay, we'll recall it. Yeah, we'll go to the next case. Our next case, page 45. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 260500834, case address 1100 Northeast 17th Way, owner Jesse Steyer. This case was first cited 5/27/26 to comply by 5/27/26. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/4/26. The city is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, actually, I guess still morning. Not sure. Good morning. State your name for the record, please. Yes.
This was case 834, Nadine? 834. She's got multiple cases. Yeah. Okay. Case and address is read. Wanda Aquabella for the city. This property was initially inspected on May 27, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-2783. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside the permitted timeframes. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation had been complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines be imposed, $500. No appeal was filed.
Okay, so basically no appeal was filed, right?
No, sir.
All right, so I can't let you speak. No appeal was filed. I'm going to impose the fine.
I paid it this morning.
Okay.
Is that
Thank you.
what was on Lauderdale? I paid both of them.
Okay.
And I've also hired a trash bin company, so it doesn't happen.
Good job.
Do I stay for the second one?
Well, I think you said do you have other cases?
The second case on page 47, you paid that one also?
Yeah, I just paid it this morning.
Okay.
How many did you pay?
Well, I just found out it was 2, so I paid 2.
There's 3. I don't know which one's missing.
Okay, I don't know.
Can I just read the rest of them in?
Let me have to read in the second.
Okay.
The second one, page 47, and Mike's not on.
Is that you?
Page 47, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 26060228, case address 1100 Northeast 17th Way, owner Jesse Steyer, first cited 6/8/26 to comply by 6/8/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline 6/23/26. City is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting the case and address as read. This property was first cited on...
Wait a minute. That was the second one, right?
That was the second one.
All right, and so what are you presenting, this case?
Yes, this case, because...
She's paid it already this morning.
We don't know which
we don't
two
know
she
which
paid.
I looked on Lauderdale, and I only saw 2, and they was both complied. And I didn't even read everything, but I really think this is a case of harassment. It's the same person.
Okay, hold on just a minute.
Hold on.
I suppose you could read all 3 record into the file, and then if she's paid, you could figure out which ones. Absolutely. Yeah. Where's the third one?
Magistrate.
Yeah.
The case, Supervisor Brown, City, Fort Lauderdale. The case ending in 228, Shaquan, that's your case. I'm not sure how fast it updates when you pay it, but that case shows that there still is a balance. So, I mean, honestly, we should just present them all.
Present them all, and if she's paid, then you can, after the fact, figure out. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. I just want to figure out. So, where's the third one?
Page 33, 1100 Northeast 17th Way.
Okay, let's read that one. We haven't read that into the record, have we?
No, not that one. Okay,
We
next.
need 47, though. Didn't we? Don't we need to do the first one on page 47, or the second one on page 47?
I thought we just did it.
Well, I read it in, but we never made a determination.
All right, 47, I'll find that there's notice. There was no appeal, right?
Right, no
All
appeal.
right, so I'll impose the fine.
Okay.
And then on 33,
33, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 260700130, case address 1100 Northeast 17th Way, owner Jesse Steyer, first cited 7/7/26 to comply by 7/7/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline 7/22/26. No appeal received. The city is requesting the full amount.
I'll impose the fine. Okay.
You want me to read it? No?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Wanda Aquabella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on July 7, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-2783, there was a solid waste container placed on the curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. The citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted to verify that the violation had been complied. No appeal has been filed. The city is requesting the full amount of fines be imposed, $500.
All right, I'll pose the fine. I know the witness has testified that there's 2 fines that have been paid. I guess after the fact, you can figure out which 2 cases that applies to, and they'll be the remaining. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Moving back to page 58, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26020465, case address 4 West Las Olas Boulevard, owner Elevate One River LLC. This case was first heard 6/25/26 to comply by 7/23/26. One section not complied at $500 per day, $9,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Healy with the firm Walker & Chalkis on behalf of the property owner.
Okay.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on April 30th, and at the hearing, the magistrate ordered a continuance to the special magistrate hearing on July 23rd. At the magistrate hearing on June 25th, the city requested that the order of April 30th be rescinded and that the property come into immediate compliance or receive a fine of $500 per day. The magistrate ordered compliance in 28 days or by July 24th. The city is requesting a retroactive extension from April 30th to August 11th, and the city is also requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
All right, so what you're, just a second. What you're looking for is a retroactive extension of the time for compliance till today?
Yes.
And then grant the respondent an additional 63 days to come into compliance?
From today, yes. They already have the permits in. They've had several revisions to make. 63 days should give them time to get everything finished.
Anything you want to add to that?
No, we have no objection to that.
All right. I'll extend the time retroactively from, give me the date again?
From April 30th.
April 30th to today. I'll extend the time compliance an additional 63 days, which would be October 13th. I'll suspend the fine during that period of time.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 37, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25100615, case address 1613 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Patty Wells. This case was first heard 2/26/26 to comply by 3/8/26 and 3/26/26. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $14,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Patty Wells.
Okay.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on February 26th, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations by March 8th and March 26th. The violations of this property are still not in compliance. Violation 9305B has been out of compliance for 138 days, and violation 9304B has been out of compliance for 156 days, each with a fine of $50. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $14,700, with fines continuing to accrue.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I don't even know him because he was not the inspector that was dealing with me. Okay? When I was dealing with the other inspector, okay, I even asked him did I need to come. I also asked him to come back by the house to inspect, and if he had anything else that I needed to do to call me. I never got a call. This guy shows up. I asked him, well, where's the inspector that I was dealing with? He says that the guy quit. Okay, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, let me tell you what is going on, is that there's an order out there that there was just give me a second here. There was a hearing out there which found you guilty and gave you a period of time to come into compliance. That order's done, so I'm not going to go back and reassess that. What they're saying is that there are vehicles and trailers parked on the lawn.
Not true.
Well, I see pictures of it here, it looks like.
The house has been painted.
No, I don't want to go to the paint. I want to know about the vehicles on the lawn.
What vehicles on the lawn?
Go back to the picture. Are they there?
On the property now?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the property this week, but I'll go out and do another inspection.
Okay, then, what about the landscaping? What does she need to do for the landscaping? Are there pictures? Wait a minute, let's go back for a minute.
There's also outdoor storage there.
No, well, wait a minute. The only two I think I have, according to what I wrote down, is that the cars
Right,
and
you
the
have
landscaping.
9304B.
Storage, I'm not dealing with the storage.
And you can see the missing ground cover.
There in
The
the swale
landscaping.
area.
The
Just a minute.
ground cover was when
Just stop for a minute. In the
In the
swale
swale,
area.
yes. And if you come back to the picture before, keep going. You can see in the swale.
There.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was heard in February.
no one even said anything. He said about the yard, and I put grass in the yard where the cars were parked.
Okay, let's stop for a second. The order, Claire, said that you needed to put it in the swale and in the lawn. So I'm going to give you some additional time. How much time do you need to do it?
Well, if I'm just putting grass in there, just give me like 30 days.
Are you looking for sod you're going to put?
Yeah.
Because that other stuff isn't going to grow, and you're going to be back here and have the same issue. So you need to sod it.
Well, yeah.
Okay. I mean, some people come and they say, I put grass seed down. It doesn't frankly work. So, and you can check and see if the cars are gone. So I'll grant an additional 35 days. That would be September 15th. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. You need to resod. You need to make sure the cars are gone.
Well, there are no cars on the
All right.
lawn.
He can confirm
as
that
you
when he
look.
goes out there.
And what about the fine? I didn't even know that I was getting the
All
fine.
right. I'm not dealing with the fines. We can't deal with the fines till you come into compliance. When you come into compliance, we can deal with the fines. I can't deal with them today. I'm going to suspend. There'll be no fines accruing during this period of time while you get it fixed.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 31, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26060695, case address 1502 Northeast 14th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Diane Calhoun. This case was first cited 6/19/26 to comply by 6/19/26. One section complied at $500 per day, $500 accrued. Appeal deadline was 7/4/26, and the citation appeal was received.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, good morning. Savon Brazier, Diane Calhoun, the property owner, is here.
Okay,
She's
you
in
can
the bathroom.
pull the microphone down.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is the property owner here?
She just went to the restroom, but
Oh, okay.
I'm an authorized
All right.
representative, so you can
Yes.
begin if you'd like.
Yep.
And I have some evidence to submit as well. Go ahead.
KCE 26060695. The address is 1502 Northeast 14th Street, 1 and 2. This property was initially inspected on June 19, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. The property is operating as a vacation rental without...
Could you do me a favor and just slow it down just a bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
I can't go any faster, I'll tell you that.
No, you can't.
This property is operating as a vacation rental property without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and an imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. Citation appeal was submitted. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines be imposed, $500.
So this is for an ad that that you saw.
I saw it.
And it ran for how long? A day?
I don't know how long it ran for. When I saw it, it was up. I am citing it for the one day. The next day, when we went to go look at it, it was down after she got
that's
notice
what I'm
that
trying to
it was up.
clarify. Okay, yes.
Hi, good morning. So the city has cited us for operating an unregistered vacation rental. However, a property only qualifies as a vacation rental if it is rented or advertised for periods of less than 30 days. We have evidence today that will prove that the property does not meet either element, and that the city's case relies on a screenshot of an inquiry that represents a technical anomaly, which was either the result of a third-party monitoring software using what's called a string query. If you see
All
at
right,
the
let
top.
me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to make an argument that some other party was responsible for the posting of the fine, or was at fault for not the fine, the posting of the advertisement? Is that your argument?
No, sir. My argument is that Airbnb can present technical anomalies that allow an inquiry to take place. An inquiry is different than an advertisement or an acceptance of a reservation. So we have proof here that shows all 4 of our reservations that we've had since January, both of which are over 30 days. We had no intention of advertising for less than 30 days. We have 4 places on our listing that indicates that we only accept reservations 31 days or more. We believe strongly that the city of Fort Lauderdale should operate vacation rentals with a permit, but we are not operating a vacation rental. We are operating a long-term rental. We are not advertising. Therefore,
What did
the
the ad
inquiry.
what did the ad say that you saw?
The ad doesn't.
Special magistrate. Special magistrate. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. So she is correct as far as the less than 30 days, but it also says in the ordinance more than 3 times in a calendar year. So by your admission and by the reviews attached in the case, it was rented out more than 3 times in a year. I'm over here to your left. Has it been rented out more than 3 times in a year?
Just a second, Amy. Is it? Are you saying that the ordinance provides that if it's rented, the ad runs more than 3 times, regardless of the number of days?
No, they can. So to be considered short term, it's less than 30 days.
Right.
To be considered long-term, it's more than 30 days. However, if you rent it out more than 3 times in a year for that 30-day period.
For less than 30 days. I'm sorry. I read the ordinance. It's only more than 3 times a year for less than 30 days.
How about if you let her answer, then I'll give you a chance, okay?
Okay.
It says, if it is rented to transient occupants more than 3 times in a calendar year. Oh, you're right. I'm wrong. Never mind. I digress.
She's right?
Yes, and the advertisements that we do have attached all are saying that they were there for a month long. So if they're saying that they only advertise for that amount of time, now, was it bookable for less than 30 days?
Yes, it was.
So that's the issue.
No, it was not bookable. That is an inquiry. Bookable.
Just a minute. I need to hear one side at a time, okay? This is not a thing where you guys, this is a quasi-judicial office. I'm the guy running this thing, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to listen to them, and then I'm going to listen to you. And I don't want anybody talking over each other again.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying in inquiry, but what the city requires is that the person cannot even do the 4 days, the 5 days, and then submit it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
May I respond?
No, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
So when you go on, like, say you're on Airbnb,
Yeah.
and you're on the advertisement, and you are saying, okay, I want to stay from Friday to Monday, you click the Friday to Monday, and then you hit submit, like you want to stay there. So what she's saying is that they're not booking it, they're inquiring, and then once they inquire for the 4 days,
They find out they can't book for
that's
that
what she's
short period
saying,
of time.
correct, yeah. But
So
how
the
we
city's
go,
position is that ad shouldn't even be up there?
the city's position is that they shouldn't even be able to inquire for less than 30 days. That's what the city's position is.
Which we cannot do now. I've checked it again.
So they did update it after they were notified. And, ma'am, are you okay with keeping it that way?
Yes, we intend to only advertise for 31 days or more, or the calendar.
I think there's a technical violation here. I'm going to dismiss the case, though.
I agree.
All right, thank you, folks.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
Thank you for hearing us. Thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2512-0660, case address 645 Northeast 10th Avenue, owner 645 Northeast 10th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 4/30/26 to comply by 5/28/26 and 6/25/26. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Bader.
You the owner?
I am managing member.
Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This was first heard on 4/30/2026. All violations are complied. The city is requesting the imposition of fines to be implemented.
Yes, sir.
I want to, first of all, second the statement that the gentleman said earlier. Inspector Noel has been absolutely fantastic. I've been I've owned real estate rental properties for over 20 years and have been here on more occasions than I would like to admit, and he has by far been the best inspector to work with. All three of the violations were cosmetic. There was no dangerous situations. There was no unsafe situations or hazardous incidents whatsoever. The things that we could handle in-house, we handled as quick as possible, basically painting. We hired a company to re-asphalt the driveway. The only thing that was left that was not taken care of is, it's that picture actually right there. The corner, the left corner, there were 4 tiles that were missing. Unfortunately, they've been there probably for 40 years. So when I hired my roofer, he was having a lot of difficulty finding the tiles. They just don't make them anymore, and finding something that matched was very, very difficult. It took him a long time to actually find them, but at least he did find them. Unfortunately, after he found them, he had a heart attack, and he was in the hospital for quite some time. He had a couple of different surgeries. And I had to wait for him to get out of the hospital and be in a situation where he could supervise to have someone take care of the property.
What's the administrative cost on this?
$774.
I'm going to reduce it to administrative cost.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Our next case is on page 55. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2601-0159, case address 550 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner Carl Robinson. This case was first heard 4/14/26 to comply by 7/7/26. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Carl Robinson.
Okay.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore, presenting case as read. This case was first presented before the Special Magistrate on 4/14/26, and at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 84 days to comply, or $50 per day per violation thereafter. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 8/6/26, the property does remain out of compliance. Then the city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, there's a lot going on that I have no control over. You're charging me for stuff that I have no control over. Those are old pictures, by the way, because I painted and I did everything that was on that list.
You painted just the front of the house. I'm waiting for the sides of the house to get painted.
Well, you didn't write that down. But anyway,
Well,
let me
interior
just say this, please. Let me say this. Okay, you fined me for the swell that
No,
people.
here's what we're dealing with. Just a
What
minute.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Everything's been complied.
Okay.
Everything's been complied but one thing, and
What's that,
that
sir?
is the fascia. And she's looking for have that painted.
The fascia?
So if he paints the fascia on the side, we're done with this case?
No, the exterior of the house, he only took care of the front and left the sides as is.
That includes the walls?
The walls as well, yes.
Okay. So how much time do you need?
Can I say something, sir?
Sure.
Okay, what's happening is she got me for cars on the swell. My neighbor.
No, I'm not going into those.
Well,
Those are complied.
What?
They're complied. You're done. You don't have to. I'm worried about this one issue.
So what she wants me to do, sir? What does she want me to do?
What the city wants you to do,
What is
not
this-
her, what the
what is the
city
city?
wants.
Yeah,
They
what
just
is-
told you.
What did she say? Just to be clear.
The sides of the house has to be painted as well, not just the front. But you left the sides out completely and only took care of the front. You understand?
How much time do you need?
I want to know about the fine.
Right there.
Because
Zoom in.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you again. How much time do you need?
90 days.
I'm trying to give you time, is what I'm trying to
90
do.
days.
You posted 90 days? Whatever it is?
That's fine.
Did you paint the front, not the sides?
I had my handyman do it.
Okay. I take that
I
doesn't
didn't
sound
know
like
she wanted the side, sir.
Okay. You don't paint a house and just paint the front. But anyway, all right, 92 days, which would be
that's
November
a
11th.
joke.
Thank you. I'll extend the time. I'll suspend the fine during that period of time.
So what do I have to?
You
do I
got-
have to
I
come
gave
back?
you-
Do
I
I have to
gave-
come back?
No,
Or
if you
just
bring it
paint
in,
it?
just let me finish. You asked me a question. I'm going
Oh,
to tell
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to give you until November 11th. You do not have to come back.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll suspend the fine during that period of time.
Our next case, page 20, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 26050402, case address 5100 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner Inversionese Sierra, Florida LLC, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Morning, folks. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Jocelyn 1.
Okay.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 5/13/2026 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-304B, the driveway at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The driveway is cracked and discolored. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior wall has not been maintained, structural part including facial soffits. There are areas of the exterior wall that have stained and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/6/2026, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photo. Special Magistrate, I'd like to note that FPNL work is being conducted at the property. So at this time, the city is going to request 92 days for violation 9-304B, 92 days for violation 9-305B, and 92 days for violation 9-306, with an order to reappear.
Yes, sir. Anything you want to say?
Yes, since we find out about those issues, we've been working diligently to fix those issues, but I guess FBNL is supposed to come fixing, but they working in the area, and they haven't touched in the area, so we need to put fence and get permit pulled out, but we can't do that until they FBNL fixing the issue. I will require that we get 180 days to fix those issues, if we may.
Now, I'm going to do 92 days, but I'm going to give you an order to reappear, which means you can come back and give us an update as to where it's at.
Okay, sounds good.
Hopefully you comply within the 92 days and you don't have to come back. I'm not encouraging you to not comply it. I want you to comply it within the 92 days.
Okay.
But if you don't, you'll have an opportunity to reappear here and make your argument.
Okay.
So I'm going to find that the violations exist. That doesn't seem to be in dispute. The respondent will be given to October 11th to come into compliance or face a fine. What was the fine amount?
The fine amount will be $100 per day
$100
thereafter.
per day, per violation. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Would $100 a day accrue after the 92?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Our next case, page 27, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26060041, case address 5100 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner Jocelyn 1, posted at property 7/22/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Anybody here in this case?
Is there a respondent here for Shaquan? Their address is the same. Are you Jocelyn? You have another case.
Again, because it's a new case, I need the names again, please.
Jocelyn 1.
Okay.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 26060041, 5100 Northeast 17th Terrace. This property was cited on 6/3/2026 for 15270A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental property without the required certificate of compliance from the City of Fort Lauderdale. As of this morning, I checked and the listing remains. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day for each day the property is found to be in violation.
Yes, sir.
We are working to get all the documentation that we need in order for us to be in compliance at this moment. So we just need more time to get all of this done.
What they're saying is they're giving you 15 days. But if he takes the ad down, is he in compliance?
Yes, sir. Just call Airbnb and just remove
So
it.
you may be trying to qualify for an Airbnb, but what you don't want to do is leave your ad up because after 15 days, it's going to be $1,000 a day. So you need to get the ad down. Then you can work on getting it certified as Airbnb, registered, whatever you want to say, but if you leave the ad up, they're going to find you in violation. The fine's going to run, so you need to get the ad down.
Okay, we submitted the application, and you got, the city of Fort Lauderdale said that, well, they denied it, I'm guessing because the documentations weren't submitted according to what you guys were expecting. So we did resubmit it. We're just waiting for it to be approved.
I know, but I'm telling you, it's the ad that's the problem.
So what happens in the case where we currently have previous bookings? The mortgage is so high, so.
I can't help you with how you run your business. What I'm going to tell you is you're not yet a registered Airbnb. You need to take the ad down, or they're going to fine you $1,000 a day. If you're trying to become an Airbnb, I'll let you work that out with the city and the details, but take the ad down.
Okay.
All right?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26060687, case address 1600 Southwest 10th Street, owner Casa Pool LLC. This case was first cited in 6/19/26 to comply by 6/19/26. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/4/26. No appeal was received, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Ayala Wolodarski.
You can pull the microphone down. There you go.
Thank you.
I know for the record, no appeal was received. So I can't let you speak, basically.
I did do an appeal. What do you mean?
I don't know. The agenda's telling me that you didn't file an appeal. Did you file one?
I think I did. I mean, I spoke to Wanda on the phone, and she told me what the steps to do. So I sent the email, and
Can you file an appeal by email?
yeah.
All right. Why don't we table this and you take a look and see if she filed an appeal? Can we do that?
Yes.
Take a seat and we'll confirm.
Okay. Do you want me to show you?
No,
the
no,
email?
no, no, no. I mean, show them. Don't show me.
Show them?
Okay, what's next?
Our next case, page 31, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26060689, case address 941 Southwest 29th Street, owner Christine Marie Sanchez.
The supervisor, ma'am.
This case was first cited 6/19/26 to comply by 6/19/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/4/26, and a citation appeal was received.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Christine Sanchez.
Okay.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on June 19th, 2026. The following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental property without the required certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. An appeal was received. The city is requesting the full amount.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I did call, and I was in compliance. They told me to remove the ads, which I did. I was deceived. I hired a management company to do all of this. First time I heard that I didn't have everything I needed was on June 19th. Since then, I got all my tax certificates and everything needed.
So the issue was that the ad was up for a day? Is that basically it?
I don't know how long the ad was up. I saw it on a day. Yes.
Okay, and she wasn't certified or registered at that time, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26060043, case address 2531 Key Largo Lane, owner Ali Dashnavar. This case was first cited 6/3/26 to comply by 6/3/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/3/26. The city is requesting the full amount, and no appeal was received.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Ali Dineshra. I'm appearing on my own behalf as the owner of 2531 Key Largo Lane.
Okay. I know for the record, no appeal was
I'm here for a procedural matter, sir. This is the first time I heard about anything, so I wanted to address some procedural and due process issues, if I may.
Well, you didn't file an appeal.
I had no notice of any
You
of
know
the
what,
violations.
if you want, do you want to talk to him about
I'm an
the issues
out-of-state owner,
outside
sir,
there?
and there's an orchestrated effort here to bully me out of my property rights. So I wanted to have some things on the record.
You
before I
didn't
go to the
file an
circuit.
appeal, I can't hear the case.
This is the first I've ever found. They're serving me on the door. I don't live here, and my neighbors are bullying me out of my property rights. So I wanted to have some things on the record before I go
But
to
I
the circuit
can't
judge.
because you didn't file an appeal. Okay, just go ahead and present the case.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26060043, property address 2531 Key Largo Lane. This property was initially inspected on June 3rd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15-2783 is complied. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. Civil citations were issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7, 2026. The violation is complied with, fines due. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
This is complied with immediately, sir. That bin was
Just
brought
everybody
back.
stop. Everybody stop. The due process requires that there be an appeal. There was no appeal. I can't let you present your case, which is what you appeared that you want to do, but there was no appeal. I can't allow you to make a presentation when other people today, for instance, have not been allowed to make presentations because they didn't make an appeal. I cannot open the door to allow you to make your presentation when you're in the exact same circumstances that they are. So since there is no appeal, I cannot let you make a presentation. You can talk to staff if you have concerns about that. You can talk
Your
to
Honor, if I may,
supervisors.
I want some things on the record when I appeal this to the courts. Because nobody's giving me a right
You didn't
to
file,
speak
I
ever.
cannot hear the case.
How would I know there is a file to appeal against, sir? With
Okay,
all due
all right.
respect. They're not
Again-
serving
again-
me properly. They're grouped against me. I have group chats with my neighbors. They're specifically targeting my property.
Yeah, Your Honor, we're going to obviously object to that line of.
I need this on the record to take it to the circuit
No,
court.
you're not entitled.
I have the right.
No, you do not, sir.
I have
You
the
do
jurisprudence that I can
Jerry,
cite
can you
for
cut
you.
his mic?
Your
Can you
Honor.
cut the mic?
No, you're not
I don't have
cutting
the
the
right to
mic.
cut her, to
Just
speak.
stop for a second. I'm going to say it one more time.
I have statute
Stop.
law that I could cite for you. I have a right to be heard.
You do not.
For due process, I am.
You
There's
do not.
statute and constitutional rights that I have. You have never
The
served me. You have
Constitution
never
does.
given me
Sir,
a chance to speak.
the citation is.
It's complied with. I'm not here. You just
Correct.
said it's
The
complied with.
citation is placed on the door. The citation, very similar and analogous to a parking ticket, provides on the front and on the back in larger font and in bold how you make an appeal. The code is very specific
Let her
that
finish.
if an appeal is not timely transmitted to the city, which can be done by email, as was brought out in a prior hearing, that the violation is deemed to have existed, and the magistrate has no authority or discretion beyond the finding of the violation. The filing of an appeal, again, under the clear instructions of the document, gives you a time frame within which to transmit an appeal in writing, usually by email these days, and then your case is heard. That is the due process. And again, similar to a parking citation, you can't go to traffic court and argue if you have not timely appealed. You lose that right to make arguments on a traffic ticket if you don't appeal timely. In this case, the citations are posted on the property. It was posted on the property. The photos are evidencing, and the photos also evidence the existence of the violation. Therefore, the magistrate has no discretion under the code, under Chapter 15, but to find the violation. And with no appeal being given to the city, the property owner does not have the legal standing to make any arguments.
If I may, I respectfully disagree. This is a matter of service. I was never served. When you file an appeal, all the process that you're speaking of should have been served on. The city has noticed that I'm out of
Service does not apply in quasi-judicial, so I appreciate.
my email. I've emailed for all other things, but none of these
We don't email.
have in absentia against me
We don't
email.
First of all, we don't send anything by, sir, we do not send anything by,
I just want to be on the record
because,
that I was never given a date to speak as a property owner. I am a taxpaying resident. I abide by all the laws. And
you don't abide by all the laws because the photos say otherwise, sir.
All right, I'm going to let you, stop. I'm going to let you put on the record your objection to service, okay? And that's it. Yes. Put it on the record.
And I need the record for my action.
Put it on your record.
That I'm being cut off.
No, put it on the record. You have an objection to service, put it on the record.
Can I
Yeah.
say it now? Thank you, Your Honor. I want to address the core issue of this notice immediately and bring upon various procedural.
You got to turn on your mic, push the button.
So none of this is recorded? Okay, on the record, Your Honor, my name is Ali Dineshkar. I'm here on behalf of myself for case number CE 260-60043. Your Honor, I want to respectfully address the core of this notice immediately and bring up various procedural concerns. The citation concerns the garbage bin placement technicality. At the absolute moment I received the notice, I dealt with it within the hour. Full compliance was achieved.
Sir, I just address the issue of service.
Your Honor, before any past history cumulative penalties are weighed against me, a profound jurisdictional and due process failure must be placed on the record. Like millions of other Floridans, I am a seasonal resident and I am out of state half the year, but nonetheless a tax-paying, law-abiding resident of this beautiful state. In all previous convictions regarding alleged garbage, parking, or overcrowding violations against me, the city has failed to serve me properly. I have never received any notice to appear at those previous proceedings, and it is deeply puzzling that the city has my email address and the codes inspectors routinely email me about everything else, yet none of these notices for those prior hearings were sent to my personal out-of-state address that is on the record with the city, or via email to me. I am only here today because my cousin happened to, by chance, find this notice taped to my door out of pure luck on a visit from Tampa. Because of this failure of service, this magistrate has ruled against me in absentia multiple times, compounding to an unfair and unconscionable 6-month suspension behind my back that is likely going to cost my house.
Let me ask the city.
Thank you.
Did they, okay, noted for the record, did they post the property?
Yes, sir. They're posted to the property, and also a copy is mailed to the property owner's record.
I'm going to find that there is no appeal. I don't have jurisdiction to hear the case. You put it on the record. If you want to take it to the courts, I suppose you have that opportunity.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted all that on the record for an appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
As for the fine, can I suspend the fine?
No, I'm going to impose the fine because there was no appeal. You can take that if you feel that.
If I haven't been served, how do I appeal? This whole thing is.
Okay.
Can I suspend the fine? The bin was brought back.
Okay, I'm going to impose the fine. There's no appeal. If you feel that's wrong and you want to take it to the court.
The bin was brought back.
Just a minute. I gave you an opportunity to present your position on notice, which is basically something I haven't typically allowed to do. I want to be allowed, so you could, if you feel that they didn't have proper service, you can address it in the circuit court.
I understand. What happens in the interim on the
I'm going to
fine?
impose the fine, but I suppose if you're going to appeal it, that'll suspend it while you're on appeal. I'm not going to give you legal advice on how to do it.
I understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
Your Honor, and I think, so the record does need to be clear. There is an affidavit in the file of due diligence that the property was posted on 7/28. It was posted in accordance with Chapter 162 at the city clerk's office. Also on July 28th, there is an affidavit in the file reflecting that the property owner was provided notice via certified mail sent on 7/21/26.
Okay, we're not going. Go ahead.
Certified mail number 9489009000027 6825815269 sent to, and as well as sent regular mail to the address on file with the property appraiser's office, which is 263 Newton Drive, North York, Ontario, Canada, it looks like, M2M2P5.
Okay, both parties have been able to put their notice issues on the record. I'm going to find that what appears to me there was no appeal. I'm going to impose the fine. You can see if
Can I get a full record of everything here today? Is there a process where I can get the record?
I'm sorry?
I want to get the record of everything that transpired here.
You want to get what on the record?
She's saying it was mailed to me. I want records of this.
Okay, you can take a look at the file after the fact.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're recalling the case on page 46. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, property address 1600 Southwest 10th Street. And there is an appeal in the email.
Which case number is this? What's the last three numbers? 687, yes. Oh, we're back. Okay, so what do we have? There is an appeal? Okay. You stated your name for the record?
Ayala Wolodarski.
All right, let me hear from the city.
Case and address is read. Wanda Aquavella for the city. The property was initially inspected on June 19, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental property without the required certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation, and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation appeal was filed.
Yes.
So I was receiving the paper that Wanda dropped on the property. I called Wanda the same day, and my goal was to understand what's the situation, because we just bought the property about 2 years ago, and we put a long-term tenant there. And in the past couple of months, we were trying to actually rent the property, and I have documentation showing from MLS that we posted it for rent. And the same day, I called Airbnb. I tried to figure out, whose listing is this.
So you're not contesting that the advertisement was up, right?
No, from what Wanda sent me a link, I called Airbnb and I made sure Airbnb took it down. That's first step.
But it was up.
She's saying it's not her ad. She's saying that she bought the property and maybe it was on it when she bought it. Maybe, is that what you're saying? You
no,
did
it
not
wasn't.
put the ad
It
up?
wasn't on there when I bought it. I figured out that the tenant that I basically had a long-term lease with was the one that's in charge of. Yeah, right. But he guaranteed me that he only did it the right way with 30-day plus. So
Your tenant posted the ad?
Correct. And then when I spoke to Airbnb, that's how I figured out who and what it was. First of all, we took it down the same day, so it was down. And then I spoke to the
Technically, anybody that appears here that has a violation, their tenant committed, it becomes your responsibility.
I understand. That's why I said that I tried to figure out with the tenant what the issue was and what the situation. And first I made sure that the listing was down. And then I understood from the tenant that he only advertised 30-day plus.
Wait a minute. Okay. So basically, you're not disputing that the ad was up. What you're saying is that your tenant did it.
No, I'm disputing that it's not vacation rental, because the tenant confirmed that there is only doing 30-day plus.
Well, I have it up there for less than 30 days, Your Honor. I wouldn't have done it if it was 30 days plus.
It stayed less than 30 days?
One more.
Have you seen the ad?
I've looked at the ad, but then they took it down, so.
Did you look at the ad?
I looked at the ad.
And your position, the ad doesn't.
It says that it's per request, and when I
Does it say less than 30 days?
It wasn't showing less than 30 days, no, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry?
No, it wasn't showing less than 30 days.
Your
30
Honor,
days.
That picture has it up there for 7/12 to 7/18/2026.
All right, I'm going to find that there's.
Yeah,
notice.
it has a request, and I
notice I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, ma'am.
What is it? What does it mean?
I'm impose the fine.
What
I
does
think the
it mean?
ad indicates that, in fact, that the violation exists. I'm going to impose the fine.
So what does that mean?
It means that you're responsible for the fine.
Which is what?
Okay, I'll let you talk to staff about it.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE2606, case address 1998 Southwest 16th Court, owner John and Candria Mers, posted at property 7/28/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Morning. John Mers, the owner of the property.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26060913, property address 1998 Southwest 16th Court. Utilized as a vacation certificate of compliance from the city. Be operating without the required certificate of compliance. 2728 issues were conducted, including violation after civil citation, imposition of fines in the amount of per day. The property was found to be in violation on the following day. June
this was posted, and I did pay the initial for the vacation. In compliance with all of the violations.
Founder's notice, I'm going to find that the violation.
Eason, case number CE 2604. Eichmann LLC.
Case 19.
Good morning, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale. Red 26 and the following violation is complied. 504-0662. 4C is complied. F, the 4-yard dumpster at the B2 property. Lid applied. Violation B1, the front and rear exterior wall soffits. 133E3 is complied. 39. The B zone property are not being properly BCZ 79 posted to the property hearing inspection 10/20 in violation. A finding of fact occurring violations and F.
Looking for
But it's a recurring violation, yes, sir.
I understand is not taking 90 days. Last night. Other
Can you do it 30? Back for 1812A. It's 4 or 5 days to come into compliance for phase. After 24. Thank you, sir.
Our next case. This case, this section complied at $500. Appeal.
Aquavilla for the city. The property was initially inspected. The property is operated certificate for an immediate fine of notice of violation of $1,000 per day.
Email to Wanda the same.
All right, do you want to, so so file an appeal. The only argument I'm going to hear about is notice. If she filed an appeal, why don't you let you talk to see you guys figure out step aside. Okay, what's next?
Inspector Elijah Johnson. Case 135, case address 21 Northwest. Posted at property 7.
That's one with her business. Elijah John located at 21 Northwest 76. Business Cloud 954 at this location is operating without a current year. Dash both the front and 39A. The city is requesting for a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So I moved in to the left and the right, and I applied the same. Also, my store back there, and then that's the front side. 20% visibility, so you can see through on that side, and that side is the main entrance.
Are you arguing that you comply with the sign ordinance?
No, I'm not arguing that I comply with that. Well,
violations, that you don't have a business. So are you making an argument to me that the signs are in
the signs are compliant for how I city's business tax receipt. I spoke to Brian this morning. He did into the file, so for his document.
With Brian.
I have a picture on my phone, though, as well.
Do me a favor, just, we're going to table the case. Go back and see if he has a picture of it. If he does, his argument about the sign, so I can come back. I don't want to try to pull it out of each person. And he's making an argument. Let me know.
Good to go?
No.
He was arguing about the one that was been withdrawn, but the
22.9 is still.
About the width.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was checking the inbox. What was the argument?
Rather than me try to piece it together, you guys talk, you can come back and make it.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE26, case address 2400 South Andrews Avenue, 27 North LA, property 7/2026, 2826. Property address 2400. Next case, page 55, Inspector, case number CE260104, 670 Southwest 29th Avenue, owner Javino 6 to comply by 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. And
good morning. Hey, sir. Sorry, no English, please.
Oh, God.
You don't speak English? Is that what you're telling me?
Jessica, do you swear or affirm to translate from English to
Whether he agrees to have you speak for him?
Sí.
This address was first presented before the special magistrate, and at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 28 days to complete conditions of 18-1, 8.1, and as dated 8/6, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is required bonds.
Ask him what's taken so long to bring it into compliance.
And Jessica, you explained to him that some of it is in compliance and the 4 that are out of compliance still?
Can I get the agenda? I think I got the. Oh, yeah. Son como materiales de carro que lo tienen afuera. ¿Sabes de lo que está hablando? Motor de carro, herramienta.
Herramientas, sí, en el garaje.
Sí.
Okay.
Y también se falta esto, es la misma cosa. Y la otra es la reja, que todavía dice que está como rota, que está en el piso. Y el último es que no hay hierba en unas áreas de tu casa.
Okay.
¿Lo quieres hacer uno por uno?
Sí.
Okay. So he wants to go through the 4 that he's missing at a time. So la primera va a ser la herramienta.
Tengo la herramienta dentro del garaje.
Okay.
Ahí tenía afuera, tengo este reporte de la policía porque saqué las herramientas para que no se vieran dentro del garaje, la puse detrás y lo que me robaron entonces.
Pero están afuera. O no están.
No, están dentro del garaje bajo techo, la debo de tener ahí.
Okay. He said like the items that are being stored are under his garage, that he moved them from the front because originally somebody did break in to steal his things, and he thought by putting them in the garage, he was in compliance.
I guess he's not allowed to store it in the garage.
No.
Es que como el garaje no es cerrado, no lo puedes tener ahí porque tiene que estar adentro. No puede
Lo
ser
que
como-
tengo al fondo del garaje es un barbecue que se muestra allá.
He said underneath.
Can you pull that microphone down a second?
He said that the only thing he has stored outside is a barbecue. He doesn't have any car mortar or anything like that.
As of 8/6, there were tires and other items.
¿Tienes ruedas de los carros también?
Right there. You can zoom in.
What about the fence?
¿Y la reja? ¿Por qué no la ha arreglado?
La reja le hice arreglo. Tengo muestra, tengo las fotos de los arreglos que le hice.
He said he made repairs to the fence.
Make repairs to the fence?
La hierba del frente, tengo las fotos de hoy.
¿Y
que
los
se la
postes?
hice.
¿Le pusieron
Le
los postes?
agregué algunos que le faltaban.
So he said he added a few poles to the areas that were missing.
Well, just speak in the microphone if you.
No, that's not the fence. You're still missing the poles, the fence poles.
Dice que
Okay, what about the
todavía le faltan.
landscaping?
Dice que todavía le faltan.
The landscaping?
Y la hierba, ¿dónde le falta?
Okay.
So esto también tiene que tener hierba.
Okay. Yo tengo, porque no sé, estamos solo como viendo lo mío, tengo, mira, este es el frente de mi casa, ahí no hay hierba.
Eso es tu casa.
What happened?
Thank you.
Magistrate, we have the lady first.
Oh.
Recalling Wanda's case on page 45. Property address, I don't know anymore. 1344 Northwest 1st Avenue.
Was there appeal file?
Special Magistrate, TLF. There's no appeal file. However, I would ask that you allow her to put her statement on the record so that.
I'm going to allow her to do one thing, because we had somebody else here that we went through this issue. We're going to be consistent across the way.
No,
She wants-
100%.
She wants to put something on the record about notice, I'll do that. Yes, ma'am. You want to put something on the record about notice?
No, I didn't understand that this wasn't a formal appeal. I never got a response to the email that I sent the same day that the notice was
45.
posted on my property, so that's all I want to say in regard to that. I mean, I tried to act diligently on this.
Okay.
I really didn't, she actually.
Okay, I got to stop, because it's already been contested once. If there's no appeal, I can't allow a presentation to take. I will take presentation on notice. I don't think you're contesting the notice. I'm going to find that the violation exists, and I'm going to impose the fine.
What was the fine?
Fine's $500.
$500. Recalling the case on page 25. Inspector Elijah Johnson, case address 21 Northwest 7th Avenue.
So where are we with the sign?
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale, I spoke with Mr.
Witter?
He understands that he does need a permit, so.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, for violation, for 1528 has been complied. We got their email.
Oh, we did get, okay.
Fines within 92 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Okay.
For the violation of the sign, it's like 22.9, 92 days, or a fine of $100. 92 days?
I got it.
Okay.
Good?
You did? Yep.
All right,
Thank
definitely.
you.
And then you said,
No, I'll let you talk outside the hearing. Thanks. Yeah.
Over here. I don't even know where I am anymore. Next case, page 13. Did anyone ever show up for 2400 South Andrews Avenue? Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case 666. Case address 4. Owner Justin and Sandra Friedel. This case was first heard 4/30/2026 to comply by 5/15/26. One section complied. The city is requesting the full amount.
State your name.
Good morning. My name is Justin Friedel.
Okay. Anybody here on this?
Who's officer? Lenny.
Leonard? Top page.
Compliance presenting case CE 25-120-666, CE 25-120-666 for property located at 4040 Gold Ocean Drive, Unit. This case was first heard on 4/30/2026, and the property owner of this property by 5/15. At this time, violation. He was inspected 4 times since the fines began to accrue on 5/16/2026. The property was in violation 5/18/26, 6/16/2026, and 7/23/2026. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $500 per day times 4 days for a total of $2,000.
So, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes.
First off, I don't know if it's important or not, but you requested my ex-wife. She's no longer owner of the property or not. I don't know if I can provide anything.
Okay. Are you the owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then we're good.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're good. We're good. You might want to pull that. Thank you.
When I was here, at that, I thought I was in compliant. In April, I was here. What had transpired. You know, maybe I'm just confused with everything. He had mentioned we're going to be showing the property a lot and those things.
Well, I think the issue is this. The issue on April 30th, they gave you 15 days to bring it into compliance, which would mean take down the ad. And after that compliance date, which was 5/15, on June 2nd, June 16th, and July 23rd. So here's the ad. It ran for these number of days, and that's a violation.
To get clarity, I had conversed with Payne. I complied. I conversed with him again. This is later. This is after the fact. This is probably late July. He did validate that you know, I could change it or it was down or whatnot. But I didn't, I mean, during that time, we're not taking reservations.
I know, but it was the ad. It was the fact that the ad's up. I'm going to find that the violation does exist. I'm going to impose the fine.
And so in that time frame, the property's been foreclosed upon. So I don't know.
You're still the owner, though, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So what? I don't know where I'm at. I don't have any.
I'll let you talk to staff about that. Talk to staff about that.
Our next case, page 39. Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 25120383, case address 820 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Tulin Sinaglu. This case was first heard 3/26/26 to comply by 4/30/26. One section not complied at $100 per day, $10,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Gungur Atmaja and Rafet Sengul.
You're the owners?
Yes, I'm owner. But I'm sorry, my English is a little bit bad, so my friend.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 25120383 for property located at 820 Northwest 3rd Street. This case was first heard on March 26, 2026. The magistrate ruled in the favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by April 30th, 2026. The violation at this property has still not been brought into compliance. This case has been non-compliant for 103 days with a fine of $100 per day for a total of $10,300 currently due. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines in the amount of $10,300 with fines continuing to accrue.
Why is it taking 100 days to come in? It's still not in compliance.
Your Honor, these photos are very old photos, and Rafet Shengul, which is property owner, he took initiative and followed the city's requirements, hired 3 people, and June 21st, he put grass the way city require, and I believe Mr. Jones is in contact with his son, Elgin Shengul, to fix any problems city requiring. And
just let me ask you about this. The violation that exists is that there is dead and missing grass. So why is there?
He's saying, like I said, he's saying June 21st, he hired 3 people, and he put 15th until September 15th. He has to put the grass.
But you have existing fines. I'm giving you 35 days, sir. Sir, listen.
Sorry.
I'm giving you 35 days to take care of this. Okay? I'm going to suspend the fine from running during that 35 days. You already have, though, $10,000 worth of fines that are going to have to be dealt with when you come into compliance. Okay? That's what we're doing today. To run again. So when you come into compliance within that 35 days, you're going to have to deal with the existing fine, which is $10,000. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, also page 39, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25120047, case address 633 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Oasis of Hope Community Development. This case was first heard 2/10/26 to comply by 6/9/26. One suspension from 6/9/26 to 8/11/26. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 8/12/2026.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Jacqueline Reed Stills.
You're here on behalf of Oasis of Hope.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on February 10th, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by June 9th. At the special magistrate hearing of June 9th, the magistrate granted an extension until August 11th with an order to reappear. The violations of this property have still not been brought into compliance. The magistrate had ordered a fine of $100 per day, and the city is requesting that the fines begin to accrue starting tomorrow, August 12th.
There was an extension granted in June.
Yes.
What happened?
We're in the process of getting permits, and the permits did not come through, but we did level off the property where there were mounds of dirt. We leveled the property off, but there was still no grass there because we're getting surveys.
Do they need permits to level the ground? Is that what they had to get?
No. They just had to remove the dirt that was on it. The dirt is still there.
What was the permits for?
Permits for development, for building new construction homes.
If you look at the picture, magistrate, the mountains of dirt have been flattened out, but it's still bare ground cover.
All right, I'm
There's some ground cover.
going to impose the fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do we do? Impose? Okay, deny extension.
What's next?
Page 34, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25090839, case address 3001 Harbor Drive, owner 3001-18 Harbor Drive LLC. This case was first heard 1/13/26 to comply by 3/10/26, one suspension from 5/28/26 to 7/23/26, one section not complied at $100 per day, $9,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
State your name for the record, please.
Alicia Lewis, and I'm counsel for the property owner.
Okay.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25090839. The address is 3001 Harbor Drive. Case was first heard on January 13th, 2026, where the magistrate found for the city, giving 56 days to comply or a fine of $100 after. Case was heard a second time on May 28th, 2026. The magistrate granted 56 more days. An inspection was conducted on July 1st, 2026, and on July 28th, 2026, found that the violation remains. The city is requesting the full imposition of fine, but council is here to explain.
So, one, I want to thank Rafael for answering my call at 6:45 a.m. and continuously visiting the property with my colleague. As you can see, removing the pilings isn't just a quick fix. Once that's done, we'll have to, one, request a demolition permit, and that demolition permit will also require us to repair the seawall. So it's a little bit more complicated than just remove.
But this was heard in January.
Yes, but we
So
still
what's
have
taken place since January?
the permitting. So we've requested permitting, but we also have to have an engineer and a structural engineer to approve it. So we can give you consistent updates on that progress, but because it's just not a simple job of removing.
I would be more encouraged if there was some evidence that you took it seriously and acted quickly on it. It started in January.
Well, we do take it seriously. It's just not something that you can request one permit and fix. It's multiple permits. So it's a demolition permit, but then we will also have to repair that
Are the
entire.
permit applications in for the demolition?
My understanding is yes, they've requested
Are they
it, but
in?
you can't demo it if you don't
From
have
the last
approval.
time.
No, you
for
need a
the
permit,
seawall.
huh?
Not from the last time that I looked
There's
at
no
the
permit
record.
applications in?
Not yet, no. Because that property is in the middle of being sold. So the new owner is going to redevelop all that and do a new seawall and
Are you looking
and
to
a
sell
new
the
dock.
property?
My client is looking to sell the property.
You have a
The
closing?
city is not opposed to more time.
How much time?
We can give them 91 days, 92 days.
And we can come back with permit information just so that you're aware
Are
of
you
the
going to do it, or are
process.
you going to look to sell the property?
My
I guess what I'm asking is, are you looking
to
to?
lay
you're
over
looking
to the new owner? Is that what you're asking?
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown, there was a permit filed on August 7th for a capacity request I'm not sure how that pertains
I'm not
to
opposed
this.
to additional time. I'm just trying to get a sense. Are you really trying to sell the property before you have to bring it into compliance?
No, they're trying to bring the property into compliance so that they can sell it. So there may be some conversation in between, with the new owner, but beyond that, we do want to bring it into compliance.
All right, I'll grant an extension to 92 days, which would be November 11th. Suspend the fine during that period of time. There'll be an order to reappear.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 46. Inspector Wanda Aquavella. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick. Case number CE 25050796. Case address 1418 Northeast 57th Court. Owner Maria Lourdes Morales. This case was first heard at 4/14/26 to comply by 5/12/26. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $3,000 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Hello.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Maria Morales, but I need any translation, please.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Good. Could you ask her whether or not she's comfortable with you speaking on her behalf?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. This is Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-50796, address 1418 Northeast 57 Court. This case was first heard at Special Magistrate on 4/14/2026. This case is now complied. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Yo quería aclarar algo en relación a la carta, porque la carta dice que fue corregida el 21 de junio. Yo recibí esa notificación el 19 de mayo y el 24 de mayo el 24 de mayo yo había resuelto todo. Y aquí dice 21 de junio. Estos son los textos que yo le mandé al inspector, supongo que es la persona.
You know,
Dice que no estaba corregida.
Hasta el 21 de junio.
Jessica, just for the record, you need to kind of at least translate what she's relayed to you, please.
So she's saying that she was complied prior to the notice. So she's confused why she's accrued the fines.
To what notice? She complied, it says, the record reflects, and if you want to tell her, it reflects she complied with the last two violations on May 27th.
Sí, entonces tú la publicas en mayo 27, 27.
Okay.
So, tenía que ser antes de abril 14.
Pero fue notificada mayo 19.
when was the compliance date in the order?
The original
15 days before the 27th, I gather, right?
May 12th.
So you were out there, what day were you out there?
May 27th is when I went out there to do the compliance date.
I think she's making an argument that she complied within the time frame. Is it possible that you weren't out there in time?
No, I did speak to the property owner before. I know she said that she complied, but on my next day available, I went out there and complied the case.
Right, right.
Lo que me estaba enseñando, eso eran mensajes de quién.
Del inspector o la ciudad o la persona que, porque a mí me contactaron a través del teléfono, porque yo vivo en Corey Bay, en el sur.
She said somebody contacted her.
Can you go to the microphone, please?
Mejor te explico. Yo vine aquí a la ciudad y buscando por algún, porque yo había recibido esto en la ciudad, en mi casa, vine a la ciudad a averiguar y me dieron el teléfono de una persona que yo en mi teléfono le puse Ciudad de Fort Lauderdale. Le escribí a esta persona y así fue que supe lo del complaint. Yo fui notificada el 19 de mayo y el 25 ya yo lo había resuelto.
She said that she was notified May 19th, and then by the 25th, she had complied everything.
She was required to come in compliance on the 12th, and then she was notified on the 15th?
Yes, because she said that originally it was posted on the property, and she came herself to ask if there was any violations on her property still open on May 12th.
Yeah, but it sounds like she's admitting the dates completely. She's saying that she was notified by the city on the 15th, which was 3 days beyond the compliance date, and then it took her another series of days to come into compliance.
Entonces te notificaron en el día 15 y después lo corrigiste en el día 15 días después.
24.
El 24, on the 24th.
I don't think there's a dispute in the facts. Everybody's pretty much in agreement as to what happened, but we're stuck with this $3,000 fine.
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
The city okay with giving the property owner the admin cost, which is $580?
All right, I'll reduce it to administrative costs. You can tell her that.
So las multas te lo van a dar solamente 500. Eso lo están reduciendo de, how much was it before?
500. Oh, before?
Yeah.
Before the admin? 3,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 35. Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 26060605. Case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 911. Owner, OM Rentals, LLC. This case was first cited 6/18/26 to comply by 6/18/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/3/26. No appeal was received, and the city is requesting the full amount.
State your name for the record, please. Okay. There was no appeal received.
Oh,
There you go.
There was no appeal filed.
yeah, I'm sorry, the property owner was out of the country.
Okay, so I
he didn't
can't hear
receive
it, but I'll just hear from the city, please.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 26060605, 4040 Gold Ocean Drive, Unit 911. Okay, this property was cited on 6/18/2026 for 15272A. This property is operated as a vacation rental property without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. City's requesting full amount be
All right,
imposed.
I'll find that there's notice, and I'll find that there was no appeal filed, so I'll impose the fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
So
Honor.
the fine is 500?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 28, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26060816, case address 833 Southwest 11th Court, owner Palladium Enterprise Group LLC, posted at property 7/21/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Your Honor, my name is Urusha.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
This property also has a citation case, so we're going to hear the citation case first, and that is on page 46. And the inspector is Wanda Aquavella. Case number CE 26060677. Case address 833 Southwest 11th Court. Owner Palladium Enterprise Group LLC. This case was first cited 6/19/26 to comply by 6/19/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/4/26. No appeal was received, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, so you didn't file appeal.
So actually, I sent a request because after I noticed the violation, I sent that and they said it's complied. And
No,
you
I'm
don't
sorry. I'm just trying to confirm whether you filed an appeal. Did you file
So the
an appeal?
second file, I just hear that. Here, I noticed about that. I have no idea what is that even.
Okay, I'll find that there's no appeal filed. Okay, go ahead.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on June 19, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental property without the required certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. No citation appeal was received.
I just want to confirm. So you didn't file an appeal?
So I did. So they say it's compiled, and it's
No,
stopped.
stop. I'm not going to let you make a presentation until we determine whether you filed an appeal. Did you file an appeal?
I have no idea about the process. So if you explain.
I'm sorry. So it's important, though. If you don't file an appeal, as the notice provides how you do it and all the rest, I can't allow you to speak. I have to be diligent about that because everybody wants to come up that didn't file an appeal and then make their case, and I can't allow that to happen. So I'm going to find that there was no appeal. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'm going to impose the fine. He has another case?
Yes.
Which page is it?
That's back to page 28. Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26060816, case address 833 Southwest 11th Court, owner Palladium Enterprise Group LLC, posted at property 7/21/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
State your name for the record again, please.
Urusha Ashrafi.
Thank you.
Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oaks presenting case and address as read. This property was initially found in violation on June 24, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurrent violation of CE 26060677, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance for the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7, 2026. Due to this being a recurrent violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following day, June 24, 2026, for a total of 1 day for $1,000.
Yeah, and after that is compiled. That's both is the same violation, right? Is it both for Airbnb?
Well, you got the citation, and on the citation it tells you that you have to take down your advertisements.
I did.
Or after 24 hours, you're going to get the notice of hearing, which was this one here, this case that I just read in. So you were found operating after 24 hours on June 24th.
Another Airbnb?
Because of an ad? An ad.
Yes, sir.
No, there's off, and also I full rented. I have a document. I rented the house even before 23rd. The long-term tenant get to occupy the house, and I never ever advertised that, and I stopped advertising, and that's the reason I surprised with twice Airbnb.
You want to put the ad up? Is that the ad?
Yes, sir.
That's the ad.
It's not possible. I did it. I can. So the second one is not possible. I turn on the first one, the June 23rd or 24th.
No, stop. We're going to
Yes,
deal
sir.
with the second one. The first one's done. You want? They're showing me an ad.
So the ad is active.
Down in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a date and time. The date is June 24th at 8:04 a.m. That's
the day after it stopped the ads.
well, that's the day of the violation.
For your violation, which I emailed to you, and you gave me compiled. But regarding the another one, I surprised. I just noticed here, and you're telling me the ad is still active, right?
No, you took it, it was active on that day. They're active.
That 1 day is active, it's less than 3 days, 1 day is active.
And that's the day.
Well, that's what the case is about. I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 8,
Is there anybody else here?
Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 26050406, case address 650 Southwest 30th Avenue, owner Ivany Tanis, posted at property 720-26, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Ivany Tanis.
Thank you.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 5/13/26, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses 8 is complied. 25-5 is complied. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-304 parentheses B. The driveway at this property is cracked and stained with a black substance. 9-305 parentheses A is complied. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover throughout the swell, the property and the swell. 9-306 is complied. 9-307 parentheses B is complied. 9-308 parentheses B. There is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. The roof is stained with the black substance. There has been contact made with the property owner regarding the cited violations, and extensions were provided prior to being scheduled for a special magistrate. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 8/6, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So it's, the city's position is 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-308B?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I get the house painting, and I do the landscape. Every 2 weeks, I get somebody to do the landscape for me. But for the car, I have been talking about the owner to move them, but they have to find a place to put them. That's why they don't move yet.
What I have is there's trash and debris on the roof. There's a stain on the roof, the landscaping, and the driveway. So the driveway, landscaping, and the roof.
All trash moving. All the trash moving in the house. I don't have no trash in the house.
When were you out there?
Last Thursday, the 6th. There's a black stain on the roof. That was what we were speaking of. They did paint the house. We're just missing the ground cover on the swell of the property, the driveway, and to pressure clean the roof.
The driveway, the reason why I don't get it done yet, the person have to get it done for me. He get some issue on his on the right hands, so he have to go to the doctor. So I'm waiting for him to get better to do the driveway for me.
Okay, hold on just a minute. So the driveway and the roof are the only two left, right? The debris left?
The driveway, the landscape on the swell is still there. I mean, it's missing. And you got the roof stain, just power cleaning, washing. That's it. Just 3 violations are open.
Okay, the
So I
roof
need
is
some
stained with the
time.
black
Person
substance.
get better.
How much time do you need?
Probably 90 days.
I'm not
90
opposed.
days. All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 92 days, which would be November 11th, to come into compliance for face fine of $50 a day. Do you want an order to reappear?
No. She doesn't
Okay.
need an order.
All right, good
Thank
luck to
you.
you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so what do we have?
Your Honor, I believe now we're going to have our Zoom hearing. I'm not sure how we'll...
Hold on. We have one more case that we're hearing by Zoom. Should I read it in? Oh, we have to wait till we get them on.
I'll be right back.
No.
Yeah, actually, take a 5-minute recess while you set it up.
Okay.
think it's good afternoon. Is the respondent here? Sir, you're the respondent, right? State your name for the record. State your name.
Raphael Lee.
Okay.
Raphael Lee.
Is there someone that you want to speak on your behalf?
Yes, I guess you can. Tiffany Kelly.
Do you want to her or not?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state your name for the record? Tiffany Kelly, can
Good
you state your name?
afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Kelly.
Okay. All right.
They need to be sworn in, and we need to read the case in.
Yeah. Can anybody that intends to testify, if you raise your right hand at this point? Raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Page 20, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 26020720, case address 413 Northwest 14th Terrace, owner Rafael Carlos Lee, posted at property 72826, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260-20720 for property located at 413 Northwest 14th Terrace. This property was first inspected on March 4th, 26, and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or is swell. There's an old sandbags, pipes, pieces of wood, and other miscellaneous items. 9-279G, the bathroom shower head and water pipe for the shower are not working properly. The bathroom water is leaking through the pipe. The bathroom sink is leaning and not attached to the wall properly. 9-279I, there is only one stove burner that is in good working condition. The other stove burner is not in good working condition. Every occupied dwelling unit shall have a properly installed cooking facility consisting of a stove with at least two working stove burners. 9-280B, there is a building parts from the detached unit on the rear which are deteriorated and not maintained. In the bedroom, the ceiling has cracks and there is a hole in the wall. Also, the bathroom floor is missing tiles. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed inside the detached building. The kitchen and bathroom light switches are not operational. 9-280H1, the chain link fence on the south side at the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is leaning. 9-304B, there's asphalt driveway is not being maintained. The driveway is stained and discolored. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls, soffits, and fascia that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permitted on the roof. There is tree debris and blue tarp on the roof. For the violation 1812A, the city is requesting a compliance within 15 days, and for all the remaining violations, the city is requesting compliance within 92 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Yes. What would you like to say? Who's ever speaking for the respondent?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I did want to get clarity on what was being required for the 15 days.
Yeah, that's the that's violation. Hold on a second. Violation 1812A. That's a trash and debris. The rest of it is 92 days, which would be November 11th.
Can I speak for?
Days. Thank you, November 11th. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I speak
Sure,
for
you're
a
the
second?
respondent. Yeah, of
The
course.
information that we have inside of the apartment, the stove was not the stove to the apartment. That was the resident who was living there at the time. That was her stove. That was her junk and things in the back of the house and on the side. I got a gentleman that came over. He cleans it usually on a weekly basis, and he had informed me about that was basically all of her trash back there in the back of the home and on the side of the garbage area, which he complained about multiple times about her putting raw food and just junk and garbage, things on that side that didn't belong there. So I wanted to clear that.
Would he be the person that would take it away?
No, because usually he takes the garbage out for me, and but that was her.
No, I know.
Stove, and she had a bunch of tables out there, a bunch of stuff that was not mine.
Well, how much time do you need to get rid of it?
Well, that stuff is already gone. We got rid of that once she moved out because I had to evict her out of the apartment.
Right.
She was there for 3 months without pay. So I had to evict her out of the apartment, and when she was evicted, we went to court.
Okay,
when she was evicted, okay, go ahead.
Hold on just a second. Yes.
We couldn't get access. They wouldn't give us access again to do the reinspection.
With the trash and debris, they won't give you access to the property?
No.
Are you going to give the city access to the property?
He can go right in the gate. I mean,
The issue, sir,
I don't have a gate.
Your Honor,
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I'm trying to hear from the respondent.
Honor, the issue.
Just a minute. I want to hear from the respondent. Go ahead.
The issue, he can go inside the gate. The garbage is on the side, the back of the house. The garbage is gone. The stove is gone. She had some extra tables that they're no longer there.
So you're going to grant him access?
Yeah, he can go there and check that out.
All right. So,
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Can you do that within 15 days? 15 days?
Your Honor,
I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. I'm trying to hear from the respondent. 15 days?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, how about the remaining ones?
I need time.
They're talking about 90. Ma'am, I'm sorry. The respondent's here, so I'm going to hear from the respondent. 92 days?
Okay.
92 days?
Let Tiffany go ahead and speak. I guess I'm not saying something correctly.
Yes.
I would like to ask the inspector, when he says to grant access, if he needs someone physically present, please.
Yes.
Yes, he wants somebody present.
That is a barrier. That is where I was trying to go with that information. Mr. Lee is medically unable to travel, and there is no one with any consistency that could possibly be there. That was the first point that I was attempting to make. The second issue is that I do want to go back to the other issues. And in the inspector's report, he stated that in any occupied dwelling unit, that unit will no longer be occupied. That tenant was there from Mr. Lee's mother. She has since been deceased. He will not be renting that unit. It will be storage. So I just wanted clarity on that, please, because he said that any occupied dwelling unit, it is not occupied, and it will not be occupied.
So you want to respond?
If I can't get access,
Well, before we do the access, do you want to address the issue about if it's not occupied, if it's storage?
So, Magistrate, we have Portia Garcia on the line. She's our director of the city's Community Services Department, is also the former code director. So I think she can speak to that. She has provided previous clarity on that issue to the property owner. So I'd like her to reiterate that today to Your Honor.
Would you like to say something?
I do. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Honor. I previously shared in an email dated June 24th, 2026 to Ms. Kelly that Section 9-238 of the city's code, as it relates to minimum housing, which is Article 6 of the city's code, specifies that any building or structure in whole or part that is a dwelling unit of 2 or more must conform to the requirements of the article for minimum housing. And the article establishes that minimum housing standards for occupancy of single dwellings or dwelling units does not require the occupancy of those dwelling units. As you can imagine, Your Honor, even if a building is unoccupied, it still must conform to the city's code requirements.
So
I shared that with Ms. Kelly, that in section 9-236 under definitions of a dwelling unit, it is any habitable room or group of habitable rooms located within a dwelling and forming a single habitable unit with facilities used or intended to be used for living space, cooking, or eating.
All right. So,
Okay, so, I'm sorry, go on, sir.
well, I was just going to say, it sounds to me that if it's residential in nature, whether it's occupied or not, it's kind of irrelevant. You've got to meet the minimum housing code. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And that's, that's due to the fact that it's a residential dwelling, residential structure.
It actually, I'm sorry.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
I actually did seek clarity on that by way of planning documents. That particular unit was never established as a residential unit. I asked for city documentation on it. I did not receive that. Again, this was the tenant of his deceased mother. I also want to go back to the.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Is it a single-family home?
No.
What is
it? Like it is. It is what I would call an ancillary.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hear from the city. Is
sorry.
it a single-family home? What is
This is a single-family home, Your Honor. We have it coded as a one-story. We also
That's not
have
accurate.
a Florida room and a detached garage. I provided that information to Ms. Kelly through email on June 24th.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So where the violations occur is not the single family home. That's my point. It is a structure that sits on the property, but it was never designated as a residential place to live. And Mr.
You
Lee,
had somebody living there, did you not?
Tenants.
Yes.
yes, there was somebody there.
Okay.
Mr. Lee does not want to be a landlord. So we asked her to leave, especially after she stopped paying, but he cannot maintain the unit.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me ask the city a question. Let's say that they decide they want to turn it into storage. Could they do that somehow, turn it into a storage facility?
You will have to go through a change of use process, Your Honor, through our building department, development service department.
In theory, it could be done, though, right?
Yes, through a change of use process.
Yeah, they could. Okay, all right. I mean, that's a choice they would have.
Oh,
to
may
make.
I?
No, just a minute.
May I ask a question for clarity?
I'm
yes,
sorry.
sir.
No, I'm sorry. I got some questions, so let me deal with my questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
I'm sorry.
In theory, it clearly was a residence in the past. People were living there. That's not really debatable. Okay, so if going forward they want to turn it into a facility, they'd have to have a change of use, right? Granted by the planning department. Is that right? Let me ask the city. Is that correct?
Building and planning, yes.
Building and planning. So in theory, they could do that.
Yes.
And that would bring it into compliance.
Yes.
So it would seem to me that there would be two options to the respondent. One, decide they want to keep it residential and then make the corrections. Or two, get a change of use with the intent to use it as storage only in the future, and then they wouldn't have to comply with these things. But that's your call on how you want to comply it. What I need to know is how much time you need to do that.
That's correct, Your Honor, and that would relate to 4 of the violations, of course. Not all of them.
Yeah, no, not trash and debris.
That's taken care of.
812 is done.
If I could ask a question.
Just a minute. I'm sorry. 812 is done?
No, I need to do a reinspection to get access in.
Okay. All right. So which ones would still be outstanding regardless of whether they made it storage?
So 18-12A, 9-280H1, 9-304B, 9-305B, 9-306, and 9-308B.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Right, so one's trash, exterior walls, wouldn't matter whether residential or storage, it would
Correct.
still have to be complied.
Yes.
Landscaping, it's irrelevant whether it's storage or whether it's residential. Driveway would be.
The driveway is.
I'm sorry.
Is done.
I'm sorry. Let me.
Hold on, Mr. Lee.
Can I talk?
Okay.
Thanks, folks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The driveway, that would be irrelevant. I don't know, the driveway, if it's, I still need a driveway for their storage. And the fence. So, yeah, I agree there might be some that you could comply by turning it into a storage facility. But there are still some outstanding that you'd have to comply whether it was storage or not. So what I need to know is how much time you need.
Tiffany?
May I ask a question?
No, but how much time are you looking at?
Well, that's a part of the question. Change in use, it was never designated as a residential dwelling, so how does that work?
Well, I think because
it was never that.
Well, you had people living there. So if you want to go forward, I think you can do one of two things. You can either change the use, which would be a change of use application, or you could decide you want to make it residential, keep it residential, and then correct the violations that way. What I'm looking for is I need some sense of how long you need to do that.
Right, and without knowing the city's procedures, if we can start with 90 days, we will start on that process immediately.
We'll do 92 days with an order to reappear. All right,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to find
I
that
think
there's
that's
notice.
appropriate.
I'm going to find that there's notice. I'm going to find, well, actually not 1812A. That's 15 days, right?
Yes.
You got to get the trash. You're going to let them in. You're going to have to clean up the trash and debris. So I'm going to find that the violations do exist. The respondent will be given 15 days on 1812A, 92 days on the remaining violations, which would be November 11th, and there'll be an order to reappear to see where we're at.
Yes, sir.
Or a fine of, how much was it?
$50.
$50 a day. All right, folks, I think we've determined this, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a break. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, come on up, please.
Our last case, page 28, Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 26060818, case address 260 Iowa Avenue, owner Paul Hake, posted at property 72226, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
State your name for the record, sir. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. There's another case on page 41. Could we hear that one first?
Oh, sir, you need to push the button.
There's two buttons at the bottom. Yep, there you go. All right, you want to go to page 41?
Page 41, the citation case. Could we hear that first?
Sure. Sorry about that. We're going to page 41, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26060683, case address 260 Iowa Avenue, owner Paul Hake. This case was first cited 6/19/26. To comply by 6/19/26, one section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/4/26. City is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
All right, you didn't file an appeal?
Well, the first thing I'll say to the court is...
Did you file an appeal? I need that clarified.
Oh, no, I didn't file an appeal.
Okay, and there's important. Okay,
Yes.
there's matters.
Sure.
I cannot let you address this case if you
Okay.
didn't file an appeal. So,
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on June 19, 2026 by Inspector Aquavella, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A is complied. This property is operating as a vacation rental property without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7, 2026, and the violation is complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
It's $500, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll find that no appeal was applied, and I will impose the fine. So we go back to which page?
Page 28.
Inspector Evano's case number CE 2606081. Case address 260 Iowa Avenue, owner Paul Hake, posted at property 72226, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
State your name again, please.
Paul Hike.
Okay, thank you.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially found in violation on June 30th, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 26060683, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: 6/30, 7/2, 7/7, 7/9, 7/14, 7/16, 7/21, 7/23, and 8/1, for a total of 9 days for $9,000 in fines.
Yes, sir.
Why did you say yes, sir?
No, go ahead. It's your chance.
So, I think the first issue is that I was in New York, and when I came home, I saw the notices from the city. And initially, I had made an account with Airbnb. I never had any transactions. So when I found out, I immediately tried to resolve the issue. And based on what Mr. Oak said, I did resolve the issue. But I would like the court to examine, if it's fair to me to be bearing thousands of dollars in fines when I cleared it up and I did have to take care of a health issue in New York.
Well, a couple things. One, what I'm being asked to do is enforce the code. These are the code's provisions, not mine. Second thing is that you're not the first person here. We've had a number of people today that were in your exact same situation. I imposed the fine, which I'm going to do. If he wanted to mitigate it, would he come back? Would there be an imposition of fine hearing? Would there be a Massey hearing for this? Or how would that work? I can impose it today, and then he could apply for mitigation. All right, I'm gonna find that the violation did exist. I know you're trying to argue extenuating circumstances, but basically I'm making a factual finding that the violation exists. I'm going to impose the fine. Now that the property's in compliance, you can apply this for mitigation of the fine amount. Okay?
Yes,
and
sir.
they can talk to you about how to do that.
So who do I talk to?
They're usually in the back.
Yeah.
They'll be.
Yeah, it's just me.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Now I think we take a lunch break or a break or
Yes.
something like that.
10-minute recess.
Please.
No. Yeah, it's fine with me. Longer is fine.
Page 2, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 26010130, case address 115 Royal Palm Drive, owner Royal Palm Broward, Inc., posted at property 72726, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This matter was first inspected on January 6th and cited for the following violation. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. An accessory to the roof, the casing around the dormer is stained and or dirty. An inspection report was prepared and posted on site as well as mailed to the owner of record, Ken Hood, who resides in Canada. Mr. Hood has communicated on a monthly basis since receiving the inspection report by phone and text messages. In March, the tile roof was cleaned. However, the casing surrounding the dormer window on the roof remains discolored and is the only aspect left in violation. When I spoke with Mr. Hood yesterday, he said he would not be in attendance at today's hearing, but will have the violation cured within the time frame requested by the city. Therefore, the city seeks 15 days or $100 per day thereafter.
You can do it in 15 days, you think?
He indicated he can.
Want to give him 35? Does it
Oh,
matter?
sure.
Let's do 35 days.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of
$100.
$100 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 26050484, case address 107 Southwest 6th Street, owner Terra Holdings LLC, posted at property 72126, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Good afternoon. Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. The property was inspected on 5/20/26 and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and peeling paint on the east side of the property. Violation 9-313A. The property is not identified by approved address numbers. The notice of hearing was posted to the property on 7/21/26. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/10/26, and the property remained in violation. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter until compliance is met.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 35 days for each violation or face a fine of $100 a day for each violation.
Our next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 26050335, case address 307 Northwest 1st Avenue. This case is now complied.
Okay.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 26030858, case address 1736 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Mark B. Fetzer, posted at property 8426, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 26030858, address 1736 Northwest 7th Terrace. This case was first cited on March 30th, 2026 for the following violations. 18-12, parentheses A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. There is accumulation of tree branches and leaves on the entire property. Violation 24-27, parentheses B, complied. Violation 47-19.4.C.2, withdrawn. Violation 9-304, parentheses B, the gravel driveway has grass, weeds growing up through the gravel. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 5th, 2026, and all violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days for all violations or a daily fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, the violation exists. I always get a little nervous about 15 days. I know we moved it from 10 to 15, but I want to give them 35 by the time they get the order and
Okay, no problem. 35 days.
35
That's
days.
fine.
Let me just look here. The weeds, landscaping. Not the container. I'll do 15 days. That's complied. So the only outstanding one is 9304B and 9305B.
In 18-12A.
Okay, I do 15 days for 1812A. I do 35 for the remaining one, or a fine of how much? $100 a day?
Yes.
Okay, $100 a day per violation.
Okay.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 260400817, case address 3470 West Broward Boulevard. This case is now complied.
Okay. Next
Case, page 7, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 260400506, case address 3091 Northwest 19th Street, owner 3091 19th Street LLC, posted at property 72726, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, representing case CE 26040506 for the property located at 3091 Northwest 19th Street. The property was inspected on 4/18 of 26, and the following violations were observed. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at the B2 county zoned property. There is outdoor storage of the car tires in the rear of the property, which are not being screened from view of the public right-of-way. Violation BCZ-39-215F. The parking facilities on the B2 zoned commercial property are not being properly maintained. There are areas of the asphalt parking that has cracks and oil stains. The striping, curb, and wheel stops are discolored. Violation BCZ-39-300D. All activities associated with the facilities for the sale and installation of accessories such as stereos, trim, wheels, wheel covers, bed liners, and including exterior vehicle modifications shall be conducted inside the building in B2 and B4 districts. The notice of hearing was posted to the property on 7/27 of 26. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/10 of 26, and the property remained in violation. The city is requesting 15 days or $100 per day for violation BCZ-39-300D and 35 days or $100 per day for violations 47-34.1.A.1 and BCZ-39-215F.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists for BCZ 39-300D. It'll be 15 days. The remaining violations will be 35 days or $100 a day per violation.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 26060245, case address 2781 Southwest 3rd Court, owner Yvonne Piera dos Santos, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 6/9/26, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.4.C.2.D is complied. 47-39.8.1.B parentheses 9 parentheses C was withdrawn. 9-304 parentheses B, one part is complied. The part that is not complied is that the driveway at this property is stained with weeds growing throughout it. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There has been contact made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 8/6/26, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find it. There's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 per day per violation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26020293, case address 721 Southeast 16th Court, owner New Harbor Lofts Homeowners Association, posted at property 7/14/26, posted at Waynes Broward 8/8/26.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. I inspected this property on February 10th, 2026, and cited for the following violation. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover by the west side and east side of the entrance and exit on the swale area. Inspection report was posted on the property February 10th, 2026. A copy was mailed to the owner, listed on BCPA. I re-inspected March 23rd, 2026, posted for this hearing July 14th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 5th, 2026, and found that the violation is not complied. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $100 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26050167, case address 1600 Southeast 14th Street, owner Charles Sapola, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at Waynes Broward 7/28/26.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on May 7th, 2026, and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. 47-19.3H is withdrawn. Violation 9-280H1, a portion of the wood fence on the east side of the property is missing and is not being maintained as required. 9-304B, the gravel in the front of the property has grass and weeds growing through the gravel. There is a boat on the grass in the rear of the property. 9-313C is complied. Inspection report was posted on the property on May 7th, 2026, and found and mailed to the owner on BCPA. Re-inspected June 23rd, 2026, posted July 20th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted August 5th, 2026, and found that the violations are not complied. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or $50 thereafter.
Have you heard from Rafael?
No, I have not, sir.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'll find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 63 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26050191, case address 506 Southwest 17th Street, owner Hasumi LLC, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at Waynes Broward 7/28/26.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on May 6, 2026, and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway apron is missing gravel, and the driveway apron edges are not clearly defined. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swale area. The inspection report was posted on the property May 6, 2026, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected June 8, 2026, posted July 20th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 5th, 2026, and found that the violations are not complied. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $100 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for face fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26060535, case address 2400 South Andrews Avenue, owner Federal 627 North LLC, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at Waynes Broward 7/28/2026.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on June 15th, 2026, and cited for the following violations. 18-1, the green mesh on the fence is loose, and there's graffiti on it. Also, the building has graffiti on it. This is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property threatens or endangers the public health, safety, and welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 25020-669, and it will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance for a finding of fact. Code section 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. This is also a recurring violation, case CE 25020-669, and it will be presented to the special magistrate for a finding of fact. Inspection report was posted on the property June 15th, 2026, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. I re-inspected June 29th, 2026, posted July 20th, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 5th, 2026, and found that the violations are not complied. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'll find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 15 days for each violation or a fine of $150 per day per violation.
And a finding of fact for each violation.
And a finding of fact for each violation.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 260500714, case address 3130 Southwest 14th Street. This case is now closed.
Okay.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 260500716, case address 1656 Southwest 30th Avenue, owner ABCD Florida Residential LLC, posted at property 72926, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Inspector Santos, on behalf of Inspector Flesher, of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260500716 for the property located at 1656 Southwest 30th Ave. This case was first cited on May 21st, 2026 for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth on the property and or swell. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B, is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance or areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and or its swell. 9-306, there are areas of the fascia that have missing peeling paint. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 2nd, 2026, and the violations 18-12A, 9-305B, and 9-306 remain in violation. The city is seeking 15 days to comply for violation 18-12A, 35 days to comply for violations 9-305B and 9-306, or a fine of $150 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days for 18-12A, 35 days for the remaining violations, or a fine of $150 per day per violation.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 260500718, case address 1664 Southwest 30th Avenue, owner ABCD Florida Residential LLC, posted at property 72926, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Inspector Santos, on behalf of Inspector Flesher, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260500718 for property located at 1664 Southwest 30th Ave. This case was first cited on May 21st, 2026 for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris consisting of dead palm fronds on this property and or its swell. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The gate in front of the driveway has areas that are bent and green slats that are missing. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is in disrepair. There are areas of the driveway and apron where the gravel has worn away and where there is grass growing through it. 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or another element which is not permitted on the roof. The building in the rear of the property has tarps hanging from the roof. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 2nd, 2026, and all of the violations remained. The city is seeking 15 days to comply for violations 18-12A, 9-308B, and 35 days for violations 9-280H1 and 9-304B, or a fine of $150 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist for 1812A and 9308B. It'll be 15 days to come into compliance. The remaining violations will be 35 days or $150 per day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 2605-0726, case address 1617 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Mohan Chotu, posted at property 72926, posted at Wendy's Broward 72826.
Inspector Santos, on behalf of Inspector Flesher, for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 26050-726 for property located at 1617 Southwest 30th Terrace. This case was first cited on May 21st, 2026 for the following violations. 18-12A is complied, but this is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 211-00789. Code section 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 9, parentheses E, parentheses 1 is complied. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B is complied, but this is a recurring violation. Refer to KCE 211-00789. In this case, will be presented to the magistrate for a finding of fact. 9-280H1 complied. The white fence along 16th Street and 31st Ave at this property is in disrepair. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 211-00789. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not it comes into violation, into compliance prior to the hearing date. Code section 9304B is complied. 9305A is complied. 9305B is complied. 9306 complied. There are areas of the exteriors that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are areas of drip line have stains. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 211-00789. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. All of the violations were complied by June 22nd, 2026. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 1812A, 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B, and 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, and 9-306.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. I'll find that the property is in compliance. I'll make findings of fact as 1812, 4739, 9280, and 306, 9306.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 2605-0837, case address 3400 Southwest 15th Street, owner Julian Georgescu and Paola Georgescu, posted at property 73026, posted at Wendy's Broward 72826.
Inspector Santos, on behalf of Inspector Flesher, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 26050-837 for property located at 3400 Southwest 15th Street. This case was first cited on May 27, 2026 for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 18-4C is complied. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 9, parentheses E, parentheses 1 is complied. 47-39A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B, complied. 9-304B, complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 2nd, 2026, and violation 9-305B remains. The city is asking a compliance deadline of 35 days for violation 9-305B or a fine of $50 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days for violation 9-305B or a fine of $50 a day per violation, $50 a day.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 2606-0887, case address 2555 Key Largo Lane, owner THR Florida LP, posted at property 72926, posted at Wayne East Broward 72826.
Inspector Santos, on behalf of Inspector Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Compliance Officer presenting case CE 2606-0887 for property located at 2555 Key Largo Lane. This case was first cited on June 25th, 2026 for the following violations. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B is complied. 9-280 H1, the white fence has black stains. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 2403-0060. This case will be presented to the magistrate for a finding of fact. 9-304B is complied. There are trailers parked on the grass. The driveway is faded. There are cracks throughout the area where the grass is growing through. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case CE 2403-0724. Fines shall begin to accrue immediately. Fines shall run daily until compliance is met. This case will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance to impose the fines accrued. 9-306 complied. There are areas of the exterior that have stains of missing peeling paint. The drip line above the fascia has stains. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 2403-0724. This case will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance for a finding of fact. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 2nd, 2026, and violation 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, remains. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $1,700 for violation 9-304B. For the 19 days it was out of compliance. That was from June 25th to July 14th at a rate of $100 per day. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 35 days for violation 9-280 H1 or a fine of $100 thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice for 9-280H1. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance. What was the fine amount? $100 a day?
$100 a day. Yes, $100 a day.
All right, for 9-304, you want a finding of fact that you want a finding that the violation ran from June 15th to July what?
July to July 14th.
Which
June 25th to July 14th.
Which gives you a fine amount of how much?
Of $1,700.
All right, I'll find it. It's in compliance now, though, right?
Yes.
All right, I'll find 9-304B. It was a repeat violation. It was a repeat violation from June 15th to July 14th. I'll impose a fine of $1,700 for that.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 26050081, case address 1831 Northeast 56th Street, owner Sure Realty LLC, posted at property 72026, posted at Wayne East Broward 72826.
Good afternoon. This is Shaquan Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on May 13, 2026, and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-305B has complied. However, the landscape at this property was not in a well-kept appearance, and there was areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring case, CKCE 250-50324. This case is being presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complied prior to the hearing date. The property was observed in compliance on 7/20/2026, and the city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-305B.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. It's in compliance now, but I'll make a finding of fact for 9-305B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 26050705, case address 1941 Northeast 51st Street, owner Symphony Builders at Bellagio, posted at property 7/20/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Good afternoon. This is Shaquan Kendrick from the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 5/22/2026 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 24-27 parentheses F has complied. However, there is a dumpster with the lids opens at this location. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 260-10486. This case is being presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 24-29 parentheses A has complied. However, the trash scattered around the dumpster enclosure is a recurring violation, CKCE 260-10486. This case is being presented to special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 47-19.4.D.8 has complied. This case was observed in compliance on 7/20/2026. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the following violations. Violation 24-27 parentheses F and 24-29 parentheses A.
I find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the property is currently in compliance, but was not in compliance as a repeat violation. I'll make a finding of fact for 24-27F and 24-29A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 26031320, case address 1500 Northwest 6th Street, owner Ali Almadi, posted at property 7/16/26, posted at 1 East Broward 8/8/26.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260-31320 for property located at 1500 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on March 31st, 2026, and given time to correct for the following violation. 1812A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris in front of the fence on the 6th Street side. 47-21. 11A complied. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained and is required. The fence north of the property is broken with a big opening on the left side of the gate. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and peeling paint by the north stairway. There are black stains underneath the awning. There are peeling paint in the rear of the property that needs to be repainted. 9-307A, there are windows which are not secure in a tight-fitting and waterproof manner. There are air conditioning insulation mounts that needs to be replaced or painted over with the same color. Plywood must be removed from the window area. Any replacement material must be properly installed, and all repaired or replaced window areas should be painted to match the existing color and finish. For violation 1812A, the city is requesting a compliance within 15 days, and for all the remaining violation, the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance for 1812A. For the remaining violations, they'll be given 35 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Okay.
Next case, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 260400039, case address 1017 Northwest 5th Street, owner 1017 Tuskegee Park LLC, posted at property 7/27/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260400039 for property located at 1017 Northwest 5th Street. This property was first inspected on April 3rd, 2026, and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A, There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or is swell. 18.4C, complied. 24-7B, complied. 9-304B, withdrawn. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing and peeling paint. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. For violation 18-12A and violation 9-363, the city is requesting a compliance within 15 days. And for all the remaining violation, the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. For 1812A and 9-363, there'll be 15 days to come into compliance. The remaining violations will be $35 days at $100 per day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 26040529, case address 422 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency, posted at property 72726, posted at Wendy's Broward 72826.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260-40529 for property located at 422 Northwest 14th Ave. This property was first inspected on April 20th, 2026, and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. 18-4C, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. For violations 1812A, the city is requesting compliance within 15 days, and for all the remaining violations, the city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'm sorry, you want to give me those numbers again?
For violation 1812A, the city is requesting compliance within 15 days, and for all the remaining violations, the city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. For 1812A, the respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance. The remaining violations will be 63 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 26040876, case address 420 Northwest 14th Avenue. This case is being withdrawn.
Okay.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 26050693, case address 1209 Northwest 2nd Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner 1209 Northwest 2nd Street Trust, posted at property 72726, posted at Wendy's Broward 72826.
Elijah Johnson, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260-50693 for property located at 1209 Northwest 2nd Street. This property was first inspected on 052426 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-280C, the air condensation is causing a black substance to form on the exterior walkway. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, Inspector Elijah Johnson, case number CE 26050766, case address 805 West Broward Boulevard. This case is now complied.
Okay.
Next case, Inspector, page 27, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26060125, case address 516 Royal Plaza Drive, owner Henrik P. Gudas and Christina Gudas, posted at property 72026, posted at Wendy's Broward 72826. 516 Royal Plaza Drive. No, not hers, Yeah. She's coming up.
Wanda Aquavella for the city, case CE 26060125, address is 516 Royal Plaza Drive. This property was initially inspected on June 8, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental property without the required certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The property continues to be advertised as a vacation rental. The sister city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face fine of $1,000 per day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to jump to page 45. We have a respondent here for case number CE 26060680, case address 524 Ponciana Drive, owner Dominic Spedalier. The inspector is Wanda Aquavella. This case was first cited 6/19/26, complied by 6/19/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/4/2026, and we did receive an appeal, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record, please.
Tristan Sanciolo Tuccio.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Wanda Aquavella for the city, case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on June 19th, and the following violation were observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental property without the required certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of daily fines of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation appeal was received.
So basically, the ad was up for a day? You don't know how many days the ad's had it?
I saw it for one day.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So there was a mistake that it was posted when we were trying to get everything done. We had a long-term tenant that was in there that was going to be vacating for August, and they posted it because they were trying to get the listing ready for Airbnb and be applying for Airbnb Lux. So we did make the mistake. It was made, the office made the mistake, but it was immediately taken down as soon as we were notified. And now we're in the vacation rental application process, waiting for the inspection and doing everything according to the code.
Okay. I've got a responsibility to treat everybody the same.
No, I understand.
And all day I've found people in similar circumstances in violation. I'm going to do that here. I'm going to impose the fine of $500.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Going back to page 27, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26061028, case address 1424 Northeast 53rd Court, owner Matthew Jeffrey Stefanina, posted at property 7/22/26, posted at 1 East Broward 7/28/26. I'm sorry? 14/24. Yeah.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 26061028, 1424 Northeast 53rd Court. This property was cited on 6/30/2026 for 15272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The violations continued beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in the civil citation reference CE 26060855. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of a fine in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was in violation during the following days: 6/30/26, 7/7/26, 7/9/26, 7/14/26, 7/16/26, 7/21/26, 7/23/26, 8/1/26, and 8/4/2026. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $1,000 per day times 9 days for a total of $9,000.
Have you heard from them?
No.
All right, I'll find there's notice, the property was posted, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, the violation exists, I'll impose and its existence for 9 separate days, I'll impose the fine of $9,000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 260600815, case address 2230 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner Edward Duarte, posted at property 7/22/26, posted at Wendy's Broward 7/28/26.
Good afternoon. Can we read in the citation case first on page 40?
What page is that?
Page 40.
Going to page 40, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 260600628, case address 2230 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner Edward Duarte. This case was first cited 6/18/26 to comply by 6/18/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 7/3/26. City is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Good afternoon. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on June 18, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A is complied. This property is operating as a vacation rental property without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7th, 2026, and the violation is complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
$500?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, no appeal was filed, right?
No, sir, no appeal.
Okay, so no appeal was filed, I'll impose the fine of $500.
Going back to page 28, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 260600815, case address 2230 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner Edward Duarte, posted at property 7/22/26, posted at Wendy's Broward 7/28/26.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially found in violation on June 23, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 26060628, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: 6/23, 6/29, 7/2, 7/7, 7/9, 7/14, 7/16, 7/21, 7/23, 8/1, 8/2, 8/4, and 8/7, for a total of 13 days for $13,000. This fine is
it in compliance now?
Yes, sir. It came into compliance today. I got an email from the property owner, and I checked it, and the ads are taken down.
Okay. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Is
That's
there
okay.
anything? I think we're good, aren't we?
Excuse me?
I cut you off. Wanted to make sure if there's some other part of your presentation you
Oh,
wanted.
no, sir.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation took place, and it took place on 13 separate days
Yes, sir.
for $13,000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26070022, case address 814 Southeast 14th Street, owner Eve Jean, posted at property 72126, posted at 1 East Broward 72826.
Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26070022 for property located at 814 Southeast 14th Street. This is a repeat violation case from CE 25020818. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 10/14/2025, Special Magistrate duty ordered 15 days to comply, or $1,000 per day thereafter per violation. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 10/14/2025, case CE 25020818 was presented to Special Magistrate duty that this property was operating as a vacation rental without a certificate from the city. An order of 15 days to comply, or $1,000 per day thereafter per violation, be imposed if not complied. The violation failed to come into compliance within the 15 days, and at the April 14, 2026 Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn imposed a fine of $5,500. The violation had come into compliance on 11/20/2025. On 5/26/2026, lien number 120886635 was recorded against the property. On 7/2/2026, the property was found again operating as a vacation rental without a certificate under this case, CE 26070022. The property came into compliance again on 7/8/2026. While the property was out of compliance, re-inspections were conducted on the following days, showing that a violation did exist. Those dates are 7/2, for a total of 1 day. For this case, the city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $1,000.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. I'll impose the 1-day fine of $1,000.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030618, case address 1513 Southwest 12th Court, owner John Crocco, first cited 3/14/26 to comply by 3/14/26, two sections, complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 3/29/26. A citation appeal was received. They're not here.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 14, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, public nuisance, complied. 15-2783 is complied. Civil citations were issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, August 7, 2026. The violations are complied with, fines due on the 18-1 violation. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
$250?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. I'll impose the $250 fine.
Next case, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26050848, case address 3315 Northeast 16th Court, owner ANK Properties LLC. This case was first cited 5/27/26 to comply by 5/27/26. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 6/11/26, and a citation appeal was received.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on May 27, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 18-2783. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation had been complied. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed. Citation appeal was applied. The city is requesting $250.
I'll find that there is no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation took place. I'll impose a fine of $250.
Next case, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26060037, case address 3315 Northeast 16th Court, owner ANK Properties LLC. This case was first cited 6/2/26 to comply by 6/2/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 6/17/26 and a citation appeal was received.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is stated. This property was initially inspected on June 2nd, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-2783. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation had been complied. A citation appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed, $500.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city's uncontested the citation violation took place. I'll impose the fine of $500.
Next case, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26060295, case address 3315 Northeast 16th Court, owner ANK Properties LLC. This case was first cited 6/9/26 to comply by 6/9/26. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 6/24/26 and a citation appeal was received.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on June 9, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-2783. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation had complied. The citation was appealed. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed, $500.
Find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city's uncontested the violation exists. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 26010076, case address 509 Isla Capri Drive, owner Louis Paolini. This case was first heard 4/14/26 to comply by 4/24/26. Four sections not complied at $250 per day, $109,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I'll find that there's notice under Massey versus Charlotte County, sworn testimony of the city's uncontested. The order has been complied with. I certify the fine.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 26040788, case address 745 North Federal Highway, owner RJD Lease Holdings LLC. This case was first cited 5/2/26 to comply by 5/2/26. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 3/17/26. No appeal was received, and the city is requesting the full amount.
I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the order that the violation exists and no appeal was filed. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Matthew Flesher, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 26040608, case address 3624 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Bleemy Bachner. This case was first cited 4/20/26 to comply by 4/20/26. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 5/5/26. No appeal was received, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 26040608 for property located at 3624 Southwest 22nd Street. This case was first cited on April 20th, 2026 for the following violation. 157083, there is a solid waste container and bags and boxes placed curbside outside of the permitted time frames. The city is requesting a fine of $250 be imposed.
All right, I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the violation exists. I'll impose the fine of $250. There was no appeal received.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 26030268, case address 2810 Riverland Road, owner 2810 Riverland LLC. This case was first heard 5/12/26 to comply by 5/27/26. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $15,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice under Massey versus Charlotte County, sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the order hasn't been complied with. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 26050051, case address 701 North Federal Highway, owner Flagler Village Land Trust. This case was first cited 5226, complied by 5226. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 5/17/26. The city is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
I don't find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. No appeal was received. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 44, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25030363, case address 625 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner 1025 Park LLC. This case was first heard 4/14/26 to comply by 6/9/26. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue until.
Hold on for a second for both these cases, Your Honor.
Okay.
For the case that was just read in, is that for 71 or 63?
63.
For 63, the city's going to be requesting on behalf of the city, we want to give them a 63-day extension. The city's doing some work out on that in that area. It's unable for them to comply that case right now because of the work that we're doing out there.
Okay. I'll extend the time for compliance 63 days, which would be October 13th. I'll
Correct.
suspend the fines during that period of time. You want an order to reappear?
Yes, please.
An order to reappear.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25110071, case address 625 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner 1025 Park LLC. This case was first heard 1/29/26 to comply by 3/26/26. One suspension from 6/9/26 to 8/11/26. One section not complied at $100 per day, $7,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Same exact thing, same owner.
Okay. I'll extend the time for compliance 63 days, which would be October 13th. Suspend the fines during that period of time. There'll be a notice to appear.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25110152, case address 5810 North Federal Highway, owner 5810 North Federal Highway Land Trust. This case was first heard at 4/14/26 to comply by 4/24/26 and 6/9/26. Three sections complied at $100 per day, $4,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon. This case will be read in. I'm Inspector Kendrick from the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case and address as read. This case was first cited on 4/14/2026. This case is now in compliance, and the city is going to ask for the admin cost of $672.
Okay, that's for the case ending in 152, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'll accept the recommendation of the city. I'll note for the record it's in compliance. I'll accept the city recommendation to reduce the fine amount to administrative costs, which was $672.
Yes.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25110150, case address 2104 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Goodwill Industries of Broward, Inc. This case was first heard at 4/14/26 to comply by 4/24/26 and 6/9/26. Three sections not complied at $150 per day, $35,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Kendrick with the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard at Special Magistrate on 4/14, and Special Magistrate ordered 10 days to comply for 18-12A, 15 days for violation 47-34.1.A, and the remaining violations 56 days to comply, or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter. Violation 18-A remains. There's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property or swell area. Violation 47-20.20 has complied. Violation 47-22.6.F has complied. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 has complied. Violation 9-276(C)(1) has complied. Violation 9-305B has not complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/5/2026, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is, at this time, is going to request a 10-day extension. A representative from the property has provided pictures at today's hearing. However, he didn't have the permission to speak at the hearing today, so we're going to ask for a 10-day extension to go out and verify the photos.
Okay, I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I'm just trying to think. You grant a 10-day extension here, then it would come back for an imposition of, let's say it wasn't in compliance.
So the
It'll
fines
come
will
back?
start. No, it not come back. The fines will start to accrue again if it's not in compliance.
So you want me to impose the fine with the idea that in 10 days you may go out there and find out it's in compliance?
Yes, I'm going to do the re-inspection before the 10 days, but we're just going to give them a period of 10 days for me to go out there and verify that the photos are in compliance at this time.
So you would hold it for 10 days, and then
Yes, a 10-day extension.
if on day 11,
That's when the fine would start.
Absolutely.
Restart, yeah. So great. Basically, I'm granting an extension,
Yeah, 10-day extension.
yes.
but I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with this imposition of fine. It's not going to come back?
Oh, no, it's not going to come back. We're going to still oppose these fines. Oh, have to bring it back?
Yeah,
Okay, no problem.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
All right, we're giving next right. That's the thing I'm trying to clarify. All
Okay.
right, I'm going to extend the time for compliance 10 days, and it can come back for imposition if necessary. If not, you can dismiss it, I suppose.
Yes. Yes, okay.
There is existing fines, aren't there? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll suspend the fines during that period, 10-day period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25080618, case address 2041 Northeast 56th Street, owner Fatima Echeverry. This case was first heard 4/14/26 to comply by 6/9/26. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $13,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with as certified.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25060534, case address 3310 Glendale Boulevard, owner James E. Williams. This case was first heard 10/14/25 to comply by 2/10/26. One suspension from 3/10/26 to 8/11/26. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I'll find that there is notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with as certified.
Next case, page 53, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25100650, case address 3820 Southwest 9th Court, owner Edward and Sylvania Jenkins. This case was first heard 2/10/26 to comply by 2/25/26, 3/10/26, and 5/12/26. There is one suspension from 4/14/26 to 8/11/26. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. Yes, this case was first presented before the Special Magistrate on 2/10/26, and at that hearing, Special Magistrate Duty ordered 15 days to comply for the violation of 18-11(a), 91 days to comply for violation 9-306, and 9-280(h)(1), and for all remaining violations, 28 days or $50 per day thereafter. And at the hearing dated 4/14, Special Magistrate Flynn granted an additional 119-day extension and an order to reappear because this property is working with the Housing and Community Development. The construction review specialist was unable to attend today. However, he did ask that I asked for him that they just got a contractor for the property, and they would need an additional 139 days so they can complete the project.
Who was going to be here to testify that could not?
The construction specialist for the Housing and Community Development Department. They're working
It's a
with
public
this property.
agency?
That's our agency, the City of Fort Lauderdale.
All right. So
What's going on with the pool, though?
Yeah, they're working on fixing all of that.
they
However,
haven't
at
covered
this
the
point,
pool?
they have not.
Your Honor, for speaking solely on my behalf, not necessarily the department's, you know, and requesting a reasonable extension to get the contractor on board and such, the pool's a safety issue. And the pool, the city, whether it's the enforcement agency being code, legal, or the housing and
The housing community.
community development, need to recognize that's a serious matter. It's already been in a state of disrepair for some time.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think that they're going to need to, they're going to cover the pool? What can they do?
No, they're going to actually refurbish the pool.
But they can
However,
cover it in the interim, and then that could cure the
Complies it.
Yeah,
Well,
complies it.
Well, because of the amount of storage that he had behind the house, in this area, they were working around it. So they put up another temporary fence after taking one down to prevent anyone from coming
Put
in.
a fence around the pool?
No, not around the pool, but around the property. They took one down and they put up a new one to prevent that.
Okay.
So
What I need, though, I need the city to speak, and I appreciate your input. I really do. I need the city to sort of speak with one voice. I mean, I sort of agree with council that this seems like the kind of thing that's got to be addressed. If there's something there that I don't understand that's on the property that makes it not feasible to do that, I need to understand that. The other ones, of course, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'll grant the extension, but why can't we deal with the pool in a shorter time?
I will definitely bring that to their attention today.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Is the safety issue with like the mosquitoes, or are you worried about somebody getting into the pool?
Both. I mean, both. I'm going to say at this point. I mean,
Right.
if it's green stagnant water and there's no pool fence.
Right. Because I understand, and our initial request was the reason we were okay with the extension was because of the barrier around the property, but we also do recognize the nuisance that the stagnant water creates, and it is obviously a health issue as well. So it seems like we are at a crossroads. So I don't know if you want to like table this for a second and sidebar.
Yeah, I mean, let's do this. Let's table it. Let's go finish up.
Yes.
And then you guys can talk, and we'll come back on it and figure out what to do.
Thank you.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Next case, page 54, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25120-279, case address 1050 Alabama Avenue, owner Alba Eliza Espinosa. This case was first heard 2/10/26 to comply by 4/14/26. One suspension from 6/9/26 to 8/11/26. 5 sections complied at $100 per day, $25,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
All right, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation has not been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 26010-869, case address 111 Florida Avenue, owner Vanessa Aguero. This case was first heard 4/14/26 to comply by 4/29/26. One section complied at $100 per day, $9,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the order has been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Our next case, page 59, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25070-442, case address 1067 Iroquois Avenue. What happened? Owner Miami Gardens 8 LLC. This case was first heard at 1/29/26 to comply by 2/13/26 and 3/26/26. 5 sections complied at $100 per day, $46,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. We're also looking to vacate the order imposing fine from 7/23/26 and to rehear.
Why are we vacating? Do we know?
Where he's supposed to be here. This is Ari Pregan's case. Ari Pregan, remember? He had Antoine added to this agenda and he's not here.
Why are we vacating it? We can table it temporarily.
Yeah, we need to. I'll call.
Let's finish up the remaining cases.
I think we're almost done. Next case, page 61, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25050528, case address 1420 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Pamela Cruz. This case was first heard 12/11/25 to comply by 12/26/25 and 1/29/26. One suspension from 4/30/26 to 7/23/26. 6 sections not complied at $50 per day. $37,800 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with, so certify the fine. Okay. Do you guys need more time?
I'm gonna call Antoine on
3. Yeah. Back to page 53.
Do you want to go back and do the other one, or do you want?
Page 53, yes.
Okay. Page 61? Yeah, I think we just did, didn't we? At the bottom? I thought I did.
It's in obvious, it's not notified as a messy, so we have to just find continue to approve so we can notify as a messy.
Oh, this is not a Massey.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right, then what do you want me to do then?
Say fines continues to approve, deny the extension. Fines continue to approve, then we can take it back. We can't.
No, if you haven't given notice for the Massey, you haven't. I mean, I don't know, is there anything for me to do? It just kind of continues anyway, right? So I just take no action. It'll just go ahead and you bring it back when you want. I do appreciate, you're right.
Yes.
53.
Okay, Inspector Rachel Moore, and what we have decided was to request 10 days to cover the pool, and for all the rest of the violations, 139 days.
Okay.
If that's fine.
Let me give him a little more. Let me give him 15 days. You get the
For
order
the
out
pool?
and all the
Okay.
rest. So, yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense.
I'm gonna call.
That's okay. 15
Okay.
days. I mean, it's, all right, 15 days to
Get that pool taken
I
care
guess
of.
I'm extending the time for compliance on 1811A. Extend the
Yes.
time for compliance.
Correct.
And then I would just impose the fines. No, I'm extending 139 days for the other ones?
139 days
Okay.
with the staff fines.
And you want to, all of them, and you want an order to reappear, I think, right? Or not?
Do you want, yes, we want to order to reappear if needed. No?
Well, we got to do it today.
Yeah, if they're not finished, yes.
You want to do it?
Yes.
All right, order to reappear.
Thank you.
And then what was the other one? You wanted to vacate something? Yeah, yes, it was.
Yeah, so you're going to recall it? So, Your Honor, we are asking to vacate and rehear because there was some administrative confusion between the unavailability of counsel to appear at the July hearing, but then but someone else was sent, but then they were advised that there was no hearing, but the hearing still occurred. So it seems like it was just a city administrative
All right, I'm good with it. I
fault,
got
so
it.
that's why.
Communications issue.
Yeah, it
All
was a
right, so based on
communications
that, I'll vacate the order imposing fine, and then you want me to rehear it now?
I guess we're reimposing the fines.
Well, I gotta ask, if they weren't, if there was an issue.
He wanted to be here for it, didn't he?
Yes.
That was the whole purpose.
Right,
Yes.
so why would I do it? I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah,
I don't
let's
feel
reschedule.
comfortable
Can we
vacating it
can
and then
we
reimpose.
do an order and reschedule it?
Yeah, just
Yes.
reschedule.
Can we stay the fines until?
Sure.
Okay, so we would be doing an extension.
I'll grant them an extension.
yes.
I'll stay the fines
It's
during that
complied.
period of time.
It's complied.
It's complied. Okay. Thank you.
All right, but yeah, if they're, yeah, they got to come back. They got to have an opportunity. All right, so I'm not
So
quite
just
sure.
reschedule it.
Let's reschedule is, I think, what we did. Okay. Is there anything else? Oh, the minutes. I mean, not the minutes, but the cases.
The city is requesting to enter page 63 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, so ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Tuesday, August 11, 2026.